Assalamu alaikum, ahlan wa sahlan, and welcome, Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to wish a very warm welcome to today's Future Forum 2019. This forum is a platform which enables the challenges which are faced by the food and beverage manufacturers and producers, retailers, logistics and technology service providers, government organizations. This is a platform to strategize the future of food in the region. The forum is aimed at discussion with government manufacturers, investors, and entrepreneurs to ensure and transform the GCC food and beverage market to a safeguard for food security and to meet the demands of the staple food requirements within this region. The forum aims to highlight the state of food manufacturing on a global level whilst fine-tuning the GCC market. Topics and point of interest over the 2 days will cover national food security, the future of food business, manufacturing for a healthier consumer, e-commerce effects and transformative technologies, to mention just but a few. In attendance are key industry players and the potential for all delegated to network with their fellow industry people. This forum has been made possible by the UAE Food and Beverage Manufacturers Group, and a big thank you goes out to the association for arranging this forum and the ability to be before Her Excellency. My name is Sophia Akuji, and I'll be your host today. Without further ado, please let me have the great pleasure and distinct honor to welcome our first speaker. Please join me in welcoming Saleh Luta, Chairman of the UAE Food and Beverage Manufacturers Group, for the welcome address.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and good morning, everybody. Actually, today is a very special day for us, September 25th, 2019. The UAE mission went to the International Space Station on September 25th would be a giant leap for us as a nation that will push the UAE space program forward. As it sees its first astronaut raise the country flag in the space. So it's a great milestone for all of us. I wanted to start with this statement to realize where are we. Our country has always set a very high standard, and the most important industrial sector of food manufacture is no exception. So the expectation is really high. The Food and Beverage Group represents the voice of the sector, and today we'd like to welcome all of you to the Future Food 2019. Industry leaders submit that will help us discuss the future of food sector in the UAE and the region. I would like to welcome Her Excellency Mariam Mheiri, Minister of the State for Food Security, His Excellency Mheiri, Chairman of Dubai Chamber, and His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Al-Maini, Director General of ESMA, and all other senior officials from the government. Industry CEOs, distinguished speaker of our industry associate from the region, I would like to thank you all for being with us really today. We are going through different challenges, and the food sector especially has very difficult challenges to resolve, whether it's adapting to the higher standards, whether it's adapting to the higher expectations, accessing the export market, or working out a good collaboration with our retailer friends. All of us know the challenges industries are facing when it comes for our retailer friend. We all need to think outside the box to come up with innovative solutions outside the box, as I said, and this way we are all here today. As a sector, we have came together and work well as a team and reach out to all the stakeholders to collaborate and take on the challenges. I have to admit, we've never had this kind of one voice, which we have right now in the food and beverage sector. We've been aligning our steps, aligning our thought, and working together as one, which will make it easier for the regulators and the authorities to be able to execute the plan. Our initiative, like our partnership with ESMA on food regulations, and I have to thank His Excellency Abdullah Al-Maini working with us on that. The UAE Food Platform, which is the digital platform for the ecosystems, which is the new technologies which we are seeing. Zero food waste program and the growth in the UAE initiative are example of our collaborations with the authorities. Food security is a key to our country, and the food manufacturers are committed to contribute to the National Food Security Strategy 2051, and the whole team here are committed for the plan. We will be collaborating to ensure that the milestones are achieved on time, and all we ask for an inclusive approach to enable this. We will deliver it for UAE as we have always done. So what we're looking for is a real partnership between the private and the public sector for the sake of implementing the strategy. I don't want to take long of your time. I would like to welcome you all and hope to enjoy. I wish you a very fruitful 2 days ahead of you. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Saleh. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce the Minister of Food Security, UAE, Her Excellency Mariam Bint Mohammed Al Mheiri. Her Excellency has been appointed the Minister of State for Food Security following a cabinet reshuffle of October 2017. Her responsibilities include overseeing the development of the necessary infrastructure that would ensure the country's food security objectives, in line with the UAE Centennial 2071 plan. In addition, Her Excellency represents the UAE federal government in the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations, as well as the International Center for Biosaline Agriculture. She is also a member of the Abu Dhabi Agriculture and Food Safety Authority, the Board of Trustees of the Future Dubai Foundation, and the World Economic Forum's Global Future Council on Food Systems Innovation. She has also been nominated to lead some unique projects in the field of aquaculture under the initiatives of His Excellency the President of the UAE through the Ministry of Presidential Affairs to establish the foundation needed for this new economic sector to develop and thrive in the country. In addition, she is also a member of the Overseeing Council of the recently launched Ministry of Possibilities. Please allow me to welcome Your Excellency Mariam Bint Mohammed Al Mheiri.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you so much for having me. It was a real pleasure this morning to have a closed roundtable with the CEOs of the F&B sector. Saleh Lota, thank you for you and your team for putting together this event. You are all stakeholders in the food security umbrella. You all play a vital role, and I have to also applaud all your achievements that you've done to make UAE food secure. It's because of you, so thank you. I thought of taking the opportunity today to just give you a glimpse of what it is that my team and I are working on, where are we heading to, just a little touch on the National Food Security Strategy that His Excellency Saleh was also mentioning. So, the clicker works. I'm not sure where I'm supposed to point to there. So first of all, what is food security? So when I ask people, what do you understand when it comes to food security? I get a mix of responses. Is it silos with food? Is it agriculture? Is it nutrition? It's all of these is a yes. So the definition is ensuring accessibility of safe, nutritious, sufficient and affordable food for all at all times. As you all know, UAE has over 200 nationalities, so we've got a lot of tastes and cultures that we have to cater for. Oh, it doesn't want to move. Okay, why is food security a global issue? These are things you've heard in the news. We've got population growth, we've got climate change, which is affecting us all. Most of my colleagues are in New York now talking about this particular subject, which is also affecting the food security. Water depletion. The UAE is a water-scarce country, and food loss and food waste. So the last pillar is about us, about our behavior when it comes to food, what we're eating, what we're putting in the rubbish bin. So now we'll look at the term disrupting food systems. So there's two systems we need to look at really changing or disrupting. It's how we're producing food and how we're consuming food. So we need to look at technologies, we need to look at new ways, and of course all of you are in the midst of continuous R&D to try and improve how foods are being produced, the different tastes that people are now more going towards. There's a whole lifestyle change as well. So we are a very fast and convenient consumers, and our taste buds keep changing as well. So you are always having to cater for that need. Consumption, this is something each and every one of you, including myself, we have to work on. What we're eating, what we're putting in our bodies, and what we're putting in the rubbish bin plays a big role in the food security file. So when His Excellency, or when His Highness, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Prime Minister, Vice President of the UAE, ruler of Dubai, appointed me as Minister for Food Security, he asked me to do three things. He said, Mariam, we need a plan for the country, we need to adopt technology, and we need to advance R&D. So my team and I put together the plan, the National Food Security Strategy. We took the first steps to adopting AgTech in the UAE, which we did through a government accelerator program, which I'll show you some pictures of. And we're taking now steps in trying to align R&D in the country. One of the things the CEOs of the F&B sector were telling me this morning is we need a platform to do our R&D so that we can advance even faster in the products we have and showcase them around the world. So we're working on that point. So this is the plan. I'm going to go through this a bit faster because I'm sure some of you have already seen it. The UAE has 18 main food items. Why so many? Because of the 200 nationalities that we have. Some countries have just 5 or 6 or under 10 items, but we have 18 because of the diverse population we have. Then this is the strategy. So you'll notice, number one, it's facilitate global agribusiness trade and diversify international food sources. One of the key pillars of why the UAE is food secure is because we have enabled this accessibility. Our wise leadership have always looked at the importance of partnership, trade. We have some of the best world-class facilities when it comes to ports, airlines, and this has all enabled the accessibility of food. So we really need to, these are the good, or let's say these are the advantages that we have to use. Yes, the UAE is a desert country, it's water scarce, but we've got infrastructure which we can use and work on. The second pillar is how we can enhance local food production enabled by technology. Also, listening to the CEOs this morning, there is a lot we have to do in terms of breaking up this defragmentation when it comes to regulations and policies, trying to centralize it, harmonization of standards. These are all things we'll be working on. And as I said to His Excellency Saleh Lota, this is the first session I'm having with you, but it won't be the last. I want to continue this conversation with you. I want to listen to the barriers that you're facing because you are on the ground facing these, and we sometimes don't get those information as direct as we'd like it. So I want to continue this conversation. At the same time, also creating an ecosystem for R&D. So these are some of the things we really want to work to, and also how we can make it a bit more, let's say, attractive and more comfortable for local producers as well. Because we all know at the end of the day, we are what we eat. If we can make sure that items that are perishable can be produced locally in a good quality and good standard and sustainable throughout the year, then it's a win for all of us. Third is reducing food loss and food waste. This is in line with the SDGs as well. So by 2030, we must at least halve our waste. In that pillar, we'll be working towards that as well. For us, at the end of the day, we are also recognized as one of the worst countries when it comes to food loss and food waste. So we have a challenge in this, and we have to really work hard to this. And all of you, I know you have it also internal policies as well to try and reduce food loss and food waste. We need to think of ideas about circular economy, how some waste from one industry can be used as input for another. So there's a lot of work to do in that. Food safety is of huge importance, of course. We need safe food and improving nutritional intake. What tools can we give ourselves, consumers, to make better choices when it comes to choosing the food? And then fifth, we are a country that imports more than 90% of our food. How can we ensure that we are ready, or sort of emergency preparedness when there's some shocks in the global food system? Across these pillars, we have the enablers. We've got 5 of them. So the governance. We were talking about the defragmentization of standards and policies. You see, in the UAE, there are many entities, federal and local, working on some aspects of food security. And it's my role, now that we've got a strategy, is to ensure that we have a governance model that works as a one-stop shop platform to discuss anything related to food. R&D agenda, it's really important that we step up our R&D. There are people around the world producing products that sometimes I feel we should have thought of that. Or, for example, sugar. We're importing so much sugar, but we've got dates in huge quantities. Why are we not looking at how we could convert dates into sugar? Hydroponic systems. So this is systems that use no soil. They're using coconut peat. Why are we not looking into palm tree peat? So these are all ideas that we have to test and try and basically have products that come out of the UAE. Database, this is something that was also brought up in the CEO roundtable this morning. We need reliable data, absolutely right, for any policies, any decisions. For all of you to make proper business plans with correct numbers, you need reliable data. So we'll be working on that as well. Human capacity. The F&B sector is, and I'm sure a lot of you have heard the topic of emeritization now as well. The F&B sector, the food security sector, has certain skills that a lot of, let's say, our national capacity doesn't have at the moment. So we really want to step up the efforts in how we can bring academia with the private sector as well to try and upskill and get the nationals that are interested in this sector to be excited about this sector. And I sometimes, when I have the youth circles and I speak to them, I'm like, I'm not looking for the next farmer. If you like technology and you like food, you could be the next agri-technologist. So I'm giving them a kind of cool name, yeah, something that gets them excited about it. Food movement, this is in a way awareness. There's so much we have to do on awareness. With the accessibility of the internet, there's so much information out there, and sometimes you're overwhelmed with all the information. What is right? What diet should I follow now? Should it be paleo? Should it be low carb? And should it be intermittent fasting? There's so much out there, and we really have to make sure the education and correct information is brought to the people so that they can make the choices that suits them. So that's in a nutshell the strategy. It has about 38 programs in all the 5 directions, but I won't go into all those details soon. Adopting technology is a very important aspect. We use the government accelerators. This is the Prime Minister, His Highness, he launched a government accelerator, which is a platform you use to solve issues. So for example, an idea could be that all the issues we discussed this morning could be put through a government accelerator program. And basically we say, what problems do we have? And these problems need to be solved in a given time. So it's usually about 100 days. But this is something we need to work closely with you. So it's something you have to dedicate some staff from your team to actually sit with us and go through the process and find solutions so that by the end of the cohort, as they call it, we have solutions in place. Okay, so this is the idea of the government accelerator. And we successfully launched basically a new ag tech sector in the UAE. And just this is a glimpse of some of the 10 initiatives One of the initiatives, you'll see the Emirates Sustainable Agriculture label. The CEOs this morning also talked about a label of trust, and this label is something we've come up with also with ESMA to actually bring up a UAE national label that gives you the meaning of trust, sustainability. So it's looking at all aspects of human rights, animal welfare, water use, power use. So it comes from a best management practice, and it's something that we feel should be brought in so that we can enhance what you're doing. And you mentioned something UAE grown, so this is something that's already incorporated in that. That's already been admitted to the cabinet, so we're waiting for that to hopefully be approved, and then it'll be something that everybody can use along, of course, a line of conditions and checklists. We also, one of the things when I spoke to the private sector was they said, Mariam, we need 6 or 7 licenses to open up a company when it comes to food production. This is a huge cost on us. So thankfully, in those 100 days, we were able to come up with a unified modern agriculture license, which some entities have now. So this was a great achievement. But these are just some examples of what we were able to achieve in the 100 days of working closely together with the private sector. So maybe this is something we could look into for the F&B challenges that you're facing. Advancing R&D, I just wanted to show you some examples. As you've heard, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, has initiated an incentive package of 1 billion scheme to support agri-tech companies. So this is really to push R&D to the next level. So this just shows the commitment also from the government. They really want to push this sector. Emirates Airlines has invested now to build the largest vertical farm in the region. It's supposed to be producing and starting to, as you know, Emirates Airlines, they produce about 250,000 meals a day. So this is the catering group. And for those 250,000 meals a day, they need fresh greens and tomatoes and, as they call, microgreens. So they've now seen from a business model that it doesn't make sense to buy anymore, but farm their own vertical farm. Then they have their standards directly, and they know their food from A to Z instead of going through all the checking procedures that they have to do because they're an airline catering company. So this is coming up as well, which just shows that we're now moving into a new era of how we produce food. Again, this was also to do with the incentive packet for R&D, just to show you also the political will behind it. Now, the nutritional labeling policy, this is something I mentioned in the roundtable. This is an initiative to help consumers make better choices when it comes to food. As you all know, it's now voluntary, on voluntary basis, and I told the CEOs as well, I said, I'm here to listen to you and to discuss this with you before we move forward to making this compulsory. So please, I do really welcome to have your comments on this. The workshops we had with the public were all for this. I had some discussions this morning already in the CEO's roundtable about this. But as I said, these are things, so the aim is, or the plan is, to make it compulsory by January 2022. We have some time until then, and we will discuss with you closely about this policy. Because at the end of the day, this is a policy to try and help consumers make better choices when it comes to their health and their diets. And this was launched yesterday or the day before. We want to wake up the world to what the UAE is doing when it comes to food security, and show the people around the world that we invite anyone who has ideas across the food supply chain of what technologies or what methods can be used to solve food system problems in environments such as the UAE. So we announced the Food Tech Challenge, which is a global challenge. The prize money for this is, or the value of prize is $1 million. And basically, we wanted to get the community excited about thinking of home farming, community farming, but also have startups and youth think of new ideas. I get so many coming to me, go, Mariam, I've tried this at home and this is working so nicely, but who do I go to help me with? So this is now a platform for us to try and get the kids and the, let's say, our young generation to look into new ways of our food systems. And it's not just about farming or producing food, it's food processing, it's distribution, it's across the supply chain. So anyone with any ideas, and of course all of you are welcome as well. So discuss it with your families, and if there's anything, you can just register on the website, which is foodtechchallengeuae.com. So this is, in a way, a nutshell of some of the things and some of the initiatives that we're looking at the Food Security Office. The private sector plays a huge role in the food security agenda, as I said, and again, His Excellency knows that I will come again to speak to all of you. I had the roundtable this morning was very good for me, interesting insight, and I will have discussions with my colleagues about the issues that took place. His Highness, the Prime Minister of the UAE, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, he calls us nation designers. So he says, you need to know what it is that you can see in the UAE happening after 10, 20 years. So one of my, let's say, passions or inspirations to have here in the UAE is to really, see food systems in the cities. So hopefully we'll see vertical farms, we'll see zero food waste, we'll see things, we get people in their household or home levels have a certain degree of self-sufficiency when it comes to perishable items. So these are the kind of inspirations I hope to see. And with that, I will conclude. Thank you very much for listening. And I think that's the last slide.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for that insightful speech. I did see everybody's eyes raise up when you said $1 million. It places the youth at an unfair advantage when we have in our audience PhD holders in food technology and an excessive amount of information. The youth are going to be disadvantaged. So I think you'll have a lot of sign-ups for that. For our next address, please may I welcome His Excellency Majid Saif Al Ghurair, Chairman of Dubai Chamber of Commerce and Industry, for his address.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Your Excellency Mariam Bint Mohammed Mheiri, UAE Minister for State and for Food Security, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Really, my guys at the Chamber prepared me a wonderful speech for today, but after listening to Her Excellency Mariam, I thought just to bring to your attention or to share with you a few experience at the Chamber, how the Chamber can be a platform for the industry where we can work together. And I'd like to highlight a few things. Actually, Dubai Chamber was established in 1965, almost 50 years from today. And one of the reasons the Chamber was established was food, actually. During that time, UAE, especially Dubai, used to export fish as protein component for the feedstock for the cows in Europe to produce more milks. And that time they need a body where can regulate this business and make sure whatever being exported from UAE have certain kind of standards and quality. And from there, the Chamber of Commerce started regulating the food business. So our establishment, because of your industry, the Chamber was there. And if we go back in history, I mean, during the Islamic civilization, where they used to control what they called the spice route, where they used to export all these spices and food items from the subcontinent, from China to Europe. And one of the reasons, during the bad time for the Islamic civilization, the Europeans started to find their own way, how they can get to that market. And by fortunate or unfortunate, one of the sailors who helped Vasco da Gama to get to India, is from UAE, which is called Ahmed bin Majid. He helped him to find the route to India, and from there, really the industry in Europe start flourishing. And this is why here in Dubai, because His Highness vision, we established a wonderful infrastructure, and that's why Dubai and UAE became the region food suppliers for all the region from us. And from there, that's why, we saw the industry really expanding and the industry really growing, and we saw a lot of manufacturers who established themselves here in the UAE, because one of the reasons, the UAE is very open market. They are listening to the need of the industry. They're trying to regulate the way the industry want to regulate themselves, not sitting in the office and we trying to regulate the business without knowing exactly what happened in the industry level. So that's why, today if you go to the traditional vegetable market or the fish market, and we see it's one of the biggest fish market or vegetable market in the region. And we see a lot of supply also come from the region around us, from Syria, from Levant country, where they come to Dubai to market their product to other country around us. So we want to continue, being a hub for the food industry in the region. But this will not happen if we don't collaborate with each other. And we try to solve the problems. And as mentioned earlier in this morning, things changing around the world. And also, the other country trying themselves to go to the sources to find their own way to secure their food. Okay, they can do that, but we'll continue in Dubai to be the food basket for the region. And a lot of people will say, how you can do that? We can do it really by collaborating with each other. We have to establish the framework where your industry and your business grow in the region. From our part as Dubai Chamber, we'll do whatever possible, to help you so you can grow from year to year. The other area where it's very important for Dubai is the halal food. And halal food industry growing tremendously. Unfortunately, I don't know why we're not being able till now to really create that awareness or create that standardization where really can be adopted around the world. For example, from my experience, when I used to go, across Atlantic, using London as a hub before Emirates. If you order halal food in the airline, they will bring you very standard, not tasty food. And one day somebody told me, why you order halal food? Order kosher food and try how good the food is. When I ordered the kosher food, and that really, they brought me a very nice, well-packaged food. How come they've been able, to standardize the kosher, almost they are like halal food for us, if you order kosher. So we need to see how they've been able to reach that standard. Until today, we have a huge population around us where they consume halal food, and we're not being able to reach that standard. So this is one area also in Dubai Chamber we are interested in to work together with you, how we can bring that halal standard to a standard where we see, sometimes we take halal like, a secondary kind of food. No. The consumer looking for very high quality food when it's come to halal. And I think there is the responsibility from both of us how we can bring that standard to international, and also remove some confusion in the market. Who's the authority gonna really authenticate that halal food and labeling? So if we achieve this, a few things, I think we'll from this gathering today, we need to come with the result. We are in Dubai here, and His Highness always, yes, we'd like to come and speak to this kind of high distinguished guest and leader in the manufacturing. But end of the day, we have to come up with a result where we can practically bring it to the market and bring the industry to a different level. So I wish you a wonderful 2 days, and we hope we can work together. The industry with the Dubai Chamber, with the ministry together also, and bring Dubai and UAE as a hub for food trading and manufacturing. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for that delightful speech. I agree with you. Halal food outside of the UAE needs to be a thing that we find readily available. So manufacturers, you need to export out, and specifically to London and Europe, for halal food, because it's a no-brainer eating here in the UAE. It's an entirely different story eating food anywhere else. So for our next keynote presentation, please may I welcome His Excellency Abdullah Al Mheiri, Director General of Emirates Authority for Standardization and Metrology. He will be speaking on the evolving role of food regulation.
Assalamu alaikum. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My speech was prepared in Arabic actually, so I'm shifting now to English, so I apologize for that. First of all, it's my pleasure to be with you here today, this morning. And this is not my first time to talk to Food and Beverage Group. We have been talking maybe in several locations. Last December, during Sial in Abu Dhabi, we signed an agreement of cooperation between ESMA and Food and Beverage Group to increase our dialogue and cooperation in terms of developing standards, regulation, reviewing those standards and regulations, and also hearing your voice and working together in many aspects. Since I'm the last one in the first session, then nothing left for me to speak about, but I will speak about ESMA role and how we can enhance this role and together and cooperate between both sides. ESMA is a federal national entity responsible for issuing standards, adopting standards and issuing regulations for use in UAE as a whole, both in federal level and local level. And since we are a federal government, then we are representing UAE in different international organizations related to standardization or conformity assessment, accreditation, and many fields. One of the fields that we are working on it is the food and beverage field. We are working with Minister of Her Excellency Mariam for food security, to implement the national food strategy, and also working with other government bodies in implementing many of their strategy. So ESMA moving and issuing standards and regulation, not because ESMA wanted only, it's because we are implementing different strategies within the country. We are working with different entities, so we are linked to different strategies, and always ESMA is in the front line. So we are taking the hits from everybody. So I want to assure that ESMA is with you. ESMA is partner with you. We are not working to harm the business, put barriers to make your life difficult. No, we want to make it easier. We want to facilitate your trade within the country and outside the country. We want to make your products available internationally. His Excellency Majid Al Gharair mentioned about halal. What he mentioned is true and correct. And I can answer your question why kosher is better than halal products. Because for kosher, there is one body, one country that they are taking responsibility about the kosher system overall in the world. While halal, there is hundreds of bodies, different countries, they have different standards, different conformity assessment schemes, different accreditation requirements, different labeling. If you just Google halal mark in Google, you will see thousands of marks and different marks. That's why under the strategy of making UAE and Dubai capital of Islamic economy, we started many initiatives in terms of halal regulation, unifying the standards of halal in the world actually. And I can tell you that we have more than 52 countries now, they are adopting UAE national scheme of halal in their countries, and they are working on adopting our standards in terms of halal, because we came with a new idea, new way of doing business, which is based on standards. Halal was a subjective business. people were just saying that, and of course, under cover of religion, this is haram, this is halal, and they are generating a lot of money out of it, actually. That's why it was difficult to unify it and make it one standard around the world. But we are trying. We have many initiatives, and inshallah, we are positive about it. In another area, we are working also with the cabinet of UAE, and as Her Excellency mentioned about the nutrition information, the red lights and green lights on the food. Again, we will be in the front, so we will take the hit on behalf of Her Excellency. So I want just to finalize in one thing, that please talk to us. If you have anything, we are with you. We are not against you. We received a lot of comments during past, let's say, 2 years. We changed our standards. We changed our procedures. Some of you mentioned about the cost. We reduced the cost by 86% by changing just our system. And 2 days back, I was discussing with Mr. Ahmed Bilyouha about it. So if we receive any comment, anything from you, we will be happy to solve it. Let's, as His Highness Sheikh Mohammed said, change the challenges, transform the challenges to opportunities. So I will finish by this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. So, how are traditional and modern food and beverage brands driving their business growth using innovation? That's the topic of the next presentation, to be delivered by Tariq Al-Wahidi, CEO of Akthia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tariq Al-Wahidi.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity today to shed some light on Aghdiya's experience and innovation. To follow up on what Her Excellency Minister Mariam mentioned on innovation and the importance of innovation, I would like to take you through the journey of Aghdiya that happened in the last 5 years. How we worked on it, what are the triggers for doing that, and how did the market react to this. And I thought to share this experience with my colleagues since the intention is really to drive innovation wheel further in UAE. So what happened in the last few years? I mean, we all know that the consumer is changing. They're changing habits, changing preferences, lots of triggers. I mean, social media was one of the triggers. Availability from information is another trigger. And consumers are getting bored as well, I mean, with the products that they already know. So they're looking for something different all the time. Also, in a country like UAE, where demography plays a major role, 200 nationalities in here, different ages, different educational levels, and so on. All that, of course, leads to a variety of big demand on variety of food. And also the continuous pressure on food transparency and safety. I mean, that continues on us and pushes the bar even higher, towards higher, better standards as well. All of these are pressures that we are faced on us as an industry. And as His Excellency Abdullah just mentioned now, Sheikh Mohammed mentioned that we have to transform problems to an opportunity. That's what we have done in Aghdiya. So what did we do? We went direct to the consumer. We spoke to the consumer. We built the experience that we wanted to build, and gain the information from the consumer on what are they really looking for, what is really demanded now. That was a very important building block for us to pursue our innovation cycle. And then we went back we reflected on our products. We started to look, are we really bringing the right value that the consumer is looking for? Is it really built in, or it's just a perception? That's something that we had to look into. So items like what are the ingredients we're using, what type of packaging we're using, the sustainability of that. All of this is quite important, and we had to reflect on that one from our side. So it was very apparent to us that it's very, very crucial for us to invest in R&D, and it has to be organic R&D. It's very important to be organic. It has to be in-house, that we have to build it ourselves, block by block, because leadership, I mean, in a market, especially the food industry, I mean, dictates that we push the bar further and further. And if we would just rely on more Me Too's, I mean, to bring to the market, I think that there will be a slight delay in terms of what the customer or the consumer is going to get, and whether that's the adaptability of that to the region that we have. So we have built one of the first R&D centers in UAE that we are quite proud of, and we have invested into good personnel that today has evolved into one of the centers that has announced many patents in the food industry. And I will walk you through that experience and what we've done. So going back to our experience, and based on the feedback that we got, we went in actually 2015, one of the first triggers that we wanted to push was to focus on the issue of hypertension and the issue of sodium. So we went back and we managed to produce the first zero sodium water, which is popular today under Align Zero. And the experience was quite interesting. I mean, it was, of course, there was lots of, many products in the market talking about low sodium and so on. So we said, okay, why don't we raise the bar and just push it to something that's totally zero sodium? And that's what we've done. And it has been quite successful to us. 2015, it was zero sales. Today, we're looking at plus or minus 70 million dirhams that are coming from that particular sale with a 5% market share. So we can say today that today we have created a new category called zero sodium, basically within the bottled water industry. So that was one of the good experiences that we managed to push innovation cycle in. We continued the cycle further, and we continued to develop further products. And again, they're built on need, built on requirement. So the second product that we spent about 3 or 4 years of R&D work on was vitamin D. And for that, it evolves from the need of deficiency that we have in the region over here, of vitamin D, where most houses today have that problem. And we thought, how can we have vitamin D, the vitamin available to the consumers while they are hydrating with all the benefits, I mean, without any colors, any flavors, any tastes, etc., and so on. So it will be good for the children, it will be good for the elderly, and so on. And from a technical perspective, that is quite difficult to establish because vitamin, it does not dissolve in water, it dissolves only on fat base. So that was one of the challenges that we faced. And this is where the patent has moved into developing this technology. And we managed to produce this water, and we have filed the patent on this one and the technology. Then, of course, the cycle continues. We managed to produce more value-added water like zero bromate and Bambini water for babies with added benefits in terms of sterilization and removal of certain ingredients that might be harmful for babies and infants. And we focus on our natural water, the alkalinity of our natural waters as well. The cycle continues. One of the innovation sides also that we focus on, not only on the product itself, but also on the packaging and the use. And so we looked at the sustainability of packaging as well. And that triggered something that I will share with you that we announced recently. But driving sustainability in packaging led us to evolving the water on the water transportation into what we call bag and box, basically. So we produced the first water bag in a box, and this comes from sustainability point of view in terms of 100% recyclable packaging material, and also it helps the transportation and from a logistical point of view. Another area that, of course, I mean, we all heard about the sin tax and the sugar tax that's coming as well, and we triggered the work with our partners Capri Sun long time ago to reduce sugar. and push the limits of sugar year on year to handle the requirement. Of course, I mean, we did not expect that the tax will come and cater for the. We expected a similar system to come to what was being mentioned in UK, but the announcement came that it will be on full sugar. We are still working with the government now, trying to understand more and more about the sugar tax. But there has been lots of work that's been done when it comes to sugar and juices. Another area of development and innovation that we managed to build is in the pasteurization area, and to handle and address a point of food waste, which is an important element to us. Most of fresh produce today, they suffer from a 3-day shelf life, if not less. So the idea was, how can we produce juices that sustain all the benefits with longer shelf life without adding any preservatives in there? So we came with we brought in a technology, it's called high pressure, pasteurization pressure technology, where we pasteurize by pressure rather than heat. And this has led us to produce fresh products in the market that has sustained and retained the vitamins in it for longer shelf lives. So in UK, for example, the shelf life for HPP technology now has reached up to 6 months. In UAE still, I mean, with ESMA now we're working on 30 days, but we're trying to push the bar high more. And again, this helps the food waste element from that perspective. The product has been well received, especially by the schools and the Ministry of Education, and we are pushing it through for our children as well. A recent innovation that we came up with, also driven by a requirement, and as we all know, lactose intolerant is a big issue for Middle Eastern people, and Asian people in particular. And the milk, lactose-free, was available in the market for a while, but we didn't see any innovation that went to the yogurt. So yogurt was one of the areas that's lacking. So we went and we produced that with our partners, Yoplait, and it's in the market and has been a good success for us. We didn't limit our innovation only to waters and dairy, but we continued that as well into the flour. Flour has evolved. A few years ago, we were a company with very few SKUs when it comes to flour. Today, we have more than 50 SKUs from an innovation perspective. Last innovation that we had was adding the vitamin D to the flour and having a fortified flour. And this is quite important and was a bit technically difficult because baking vitamins would become an issue in terms of retaining the vitamins into the baked goods. However, we managed that, and that's one of the successes that we managed recently as well. We continue the same cycle as well, I mean, to do innovation into our animal feed. I mean, I can spend another half an hour just talking about animal feed and all the products that we managed to do. In a nutshell, I would say today the farmer is benefiting from a big benefit of reduced mortality rate when it comes to their flock or animals, etc., because of the innovations that we've done on there. And that this merely comes on focusing on the gut health. Without adding any additives, we managed to increase the immunity of the animal, and then the animal sustains a better life, basically. And this is the secret of the animal feed that we do and the innovation. Last but not least, we just announced recently the new R&D and packaging and the new packaging center that we just opened in Al Ain recently, and His Excellency Thanis Yudi we were blessed by his visit and opening the center. And what is behind this, and this is available, by the way, to all of us. I mean, the innovations that we produce in here, we are happy to share with all our colleagues in the industry. And the drive is really to focus on the sustainability issue in packaging. And when it comes to packaging, we understand that there is lots of regulation when it comes to plastic and single-use plastic as well. We heard announcements of changes from major consumers like Dubai Airport, for example. And I'm happy to say that we have a lot in the pipeline in terms when it comes to the innovation in the packaging side, and that will go to the market soon. In a nutshell, I want to go back and reflect to Your Excellency, what you mentioned. Innovation is a key element, for us. Innovation is what really distinguishes us as an industry. This is where we see ourselves. This is what will keep sustaining our companies in the business for future to come. Without innovation, we'll be another Me Too. We'll be exposed to cycles of price, competition, etc., and so on. And we won't be able to catch up with the wave. So having said that, I think it's a very important message for us to understand. And the consumers do appreciate that. They take it and they're looking forward to it. So it's worth investing. We just need to know how to do it, basically. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tariq. I think everybody will agree that Akthia is a sterling example of innovation in manufacturing and production facilities, and innovation product launches as well. And excited you should be, because they want to share their insights into what they've done and discovered already. So I know when it comes to winning, there's not a person in this room who would not want to know the secret formula. So here to present his keynote address, Winning Strategies for Food and Beverage Manufacturers to Enter New Markets, please join me in welcoming Abdullah Ojan, the Executive Chairman for Ojan Industries.
Your Excellencies, good morning. I'm here today to talk about Ojan Group Holding, and in specific, our beverage sector, which is Ojan Coca-Cola Beverage Company. I've been asked to talk about winning strategies for food and beverage manufacturers to enter new markets. It's actually funny because we looked at this region, and there's history behind how we got here today. I don't know if you know this product, Rani Float. This was actually brought originally from my father, Allah yarhamah. In 1960, this concept was originated in Japan. And we were importing it because the Japanese were looking at new markets to expand into. It worked beautifully in this region. Why? Because this was refreshing. It was tasting very good. The product quality was excellent. And we thought this could work in this region. So what did we do? We did a trial. It worked well. We invested in a factory in Saudi. And then we exported it in the GCC. And eventually it went to Africa. And it worked excellent. You cannot see this letter. This letter is actually from 1938. We were a trading company, Ojan brothers, Abdullah Ojan brothers. It's a funny letter because the principal is a company called Cheerio, which is a tomato paste company. And they're asking, why are you not taking any of our products anymore? Is there anything wrong with it? We know the quality is the best, so what's the problem? Of course, at the time, there were many challenges in the region. But what is important to note is quality, packaging, and pricing were critical. This is my great uncle, Abdullah, and that's the reason I was called Abdullah, by the way. This is with the British American Tobacco Company in 1940. And the objective of this picture is to show you how hungry international companies were to exporting their products to this region. So Cheerio and British American Tobacco are both examples of companies that had winning strategies in entering new markets. They were reputable brands with high quality. I wouldn't talk about the British American Tobacco as high quality. They had a unique selling point, They have competitive pricing. Their terms and conditions worked well for this region in the 30s. And logistics, we all know the route into India had a stopover, between here and Bahrain. So what happened to us, we were, as I said, a trading company, diversified. We were doing everything, from sugar to tobacco to Nestle. I know some of you here are from Nestle. We're not doing it anymore, as you are aware. We have and continue to do Vimto. We did some biscuits as well. But what happened over the years is that we started to focus. And focused eventually led us to be into the beverage business. As you can see, Rani was established in 79 as a factory. 82, we launched it. We did Barbican afterwards, which is a non-alcoholic beer. And we started expanding out of Saudi. So we went into Dubai. We have a factory in DIP. And then we built a factory in Egypt and in Lebanon to supply the markets around the region. In 2012, Coke came knocking, and we did an agreement with them, a joint venture, which shows that we were very proud, being a brand from the region, selling to a multinational. So it is possible, but it took us a very long time to do it. Nowadays, you get to see, especially the millennials, thinking that they can do things overnight, which is quite funny in my opinion. It took us a long time to reach where we are today. But there was a lot of focus on our business. And I think this was critical. So how did Aujan become successful in entering new markets with our beverage brands? Number one, as I mentioned, was our packaging. Our packaging was critical. We have aluminum can, which we eventually went into vertical integration and invested in an aluminum can factory in Saudi. So that this product, not only is it recyclable, but it's very easily transportable. So we were able to, ship it all over the world, actually. Shelf life is very high because it's pasteurized, and the quality was excellent, and still is excellent. We had a competitive price, so we were able to ship it to regions where there is already competition, but we were able to market it and innovate very, very well. The currency worked well for us, so we had great opportunities to grow the product due to the currency situation being pegged to the dollar, and at the time, it was very favorable to us. And we had favorable geopolitics, so there wasn't much wars around the region that we were operating in. And I will show you another funny letter afterwards. We understand the consumer, we understand what they want, but we're continuously innovating, as my colleague has been doing. And we have to be quick to respond to changes in consumer tastes and preferences. And these are some of the issues that you have to be quick to respond to. If there's any forex exchange changes, how do you do with your product? Sugar tax has been very popular in the last 6 months, and I agree with you. It's been somewhat of a challenge trying to understand how the mechanism came about it. And there's obviously environmental issues that we have to be very aware of, and hence plastic will be, I think, the next big issue. Hence, I'm very excited about the aluminum can. Now, this is a very funny letter, also was sent to my uncle, Abdullah Al-Aujan and brothers in 1944. It was from the Nichols family, who we are still in relationship with, and they are actually our partners with the Vimto brand, basically saying, guys, we cannot ship you Vimto from the UK because there is a war, World War II at the time. So geopolitics has always been familiar with us as a family, and we always try to find ways of avoiding or going around this challenge. So today there are obstacles that are making our current export model into new territories unworkable. Why? There's a lot of protectionism that we're seeing in the region that we are operating in from the individual countries to protect their internal companies or industries, which I can totally understand. High tariffs, we are seeing high tariffs everywhere nowadays. As some of you might know, in Iraq, they have done very, very high tariff implementation, as well as border closures, bans on certain products, bureaucracy. So what is the solution? And this is, again, from Ojan's perspective, how we see things from our own eyes, is you have to be a presence locally, and you need to invest in those particular geographies in order for you to avoid these different obstacles. Again, free trade agreements are very, very apparent, and they've been existing for a very long time. But this one caught my attention, which is the African Continental Free Trade Area that is looking to tie up 54 countries in Africa to have a very open trade between the countries. And I think that that's a great opportunity for us. Being in Egypt, we'll be able to ship all over the African continent. So in a nutshell, really, this is, from my own eyes, how Ojan has experienced the entering into the new markets, and I hope it's been helpful.
Thank you, Abdullah. That was a wonderful trip down memory lane and wonderful opportunity to grow up in such a wonderful business. So before we head into our panel discussion, I'd like to thank the UAE Food and Beverage Manufacturers, the UAE Ministry of Food Security, and the Emirates Authority of Standardization and Metrology. We'd also like to call to the stage Saleh Luta and His Excellency Majid Al Ghurair to hand out the token of appreciation to the sponsors, please. So for Yellow Door Energy, Rory McCarthy, please. And we'll give everybody a big round of applause at the end. And while he's coming, may I call Saud Abu Al-Shawarib from Dubai Industrial City. Thank you. Thank you. Can we get James Clements from RAK-IS in the meantime? May I welcome Saud Abu Al-Shawarib from Dubai Industrial City. Thank you so much. And in the interim, from Al Ain Farms, Milona Boskovic. Milona Boskovic from Al Ain Farms, thank you. Sumit Matter from Friesland Campina, please. Sumit. From Food People, Gregory Wright and Luke Trun. And while we're waiting for them to come to the stage, SGS Gulf Limited, Anna Nair. From Tate and Lyle, Dominique Floch. food people. For food people, Gregory Wright and Luke Trin. May I call Tariq Al-Sa'a and Nadeem Nakfour from PepsiCo. Dominique Flock from Tate & Lyle. Thank you. From Akthia, Tariq Ahmed Al-Wahadi. Thank you. Thank you. PepsiCo? Yes. PepsiCo. That is PepsiCo. From Nestle, Abdul Majid Al-Otaibi. And from IFCO, Mandeep Singh Bindra. No. Yes. Abdul Majid Al-Otaibi. Thank you. And IFCO. Mandeep Singh Mandeep Singh Bindra from IFCO. Thank you. Thank you. That's it. Thank you so much. I'd like to call upon our panelists for our next discussion, which is insights into the future of food business and what is expected to transform the manufacturing and business practice. So may I please welcome the CEO of Dubai Refreshments, Tariq Al-Sa'a. Tariq has a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration from the University of Southwest Louisiana and an MBA from Rice University in Houston, Texas. He's a 25-year veteran of the FMCG business and has spent over 19 years in various locations and positions within the Pepsi system. He is currently the Chief Executive Officer of Dubai Refreshments. May I call Ahmed Belyuha, the Chairman of Emirates Macaroni Factory. Bijou, do you want to find where our panelists are? All right, I'm going to head through to Tamer Tamerik, the Chief Executive Officer of Halwani Brothers. Tamer enjoys over 20 years' experience in marketing, sales, and business development, and has had several positions in both local and global companies, including as MENA Regional Manager at PepsiCo. Tamer holds a Master's of Science in Engineering Management from George Washington University, as well as a Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering from George Washington University. We found Ahmed. Ahmed is the chairman of Emirates Macaroni Factory, which was established in 1979, which is currently one of the major pasta suppliers both in the region and internationally. Emirates Macaroni Factory holds a large percentage of the local market share, market leadership, and enjoys strong and respected brand loyalty. Emirates Macaroni Factory is both an ISO and HACCP certified company. Their products are presented in more than 23 countries, spreading over all 6 continents. Emirates Macaroni Factory caters to retail customers and HoReCa sectors through their network of exclusive distributors, ensuring that their products are available on every shelf within their assigned territories. Welcome, Ahmed. May I welcome Ahmed Al-Tigani, the Chief Executive of Al-Rawabi Dairy. Dr. Ahmed Al-Tigani is the founder of Al-Rawabi Dairy Company, which began as a visionary dream to build a farm in the desert. Starting with a farm of 500 imported cows, he has led the company to grow to a herd of 15,000 cows and keeps growing year on year. Dr. Ahmed has a PhD in veterinary medicine. He has worked as a veterinary surgeon, a lecturer in veterinary medicine, and a director of the university farm in Sudan. He served as the general manager in the National Agriculture Development Company in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He's a certified facilitator on the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen Covey. This man proves he has mastered the success in personal and professional growth, having an honor of being interviewed by international media, CNN TV, and Forbes magazine. He continues to show us how it is possible to achieve your goals with hard work and passion. He has been twice awarded as the Manager of the Year by European Business Assembly at Oxford and awarded as the world's greatest leader, Asia and GCC. May I please also welcome Saud Abu Al-Shawarib, the Managing Director for Dubai Industrial City, a TCOM group entity. Saud is the Managing Director in the region's leading industrial and logisticals hub. In his capacity, he spearheads the delivery of the Dubai Industrial City's vision to elevate Dubai into a global platform for innovative manufacturing and logistics in line with the leadership's vision of economic diversification for a sustainable future. Saud has held various positions with Dubai Industrial City, notably serving as a Chief Executive Director of Partner Relations, Head of Operations, and Chief Operating Officer. Saud has a Master's degree in Engineering Management from the University of Wollongong in Dubai and a BSc in Civil Engineering. I'm not going to introduce myself. If you need a bio on me, you'll find it in the booklet, which is there. But why would a lawyer be here? I actually grew up in the food industry. So we had a facility that manufactured 70,000 meat pies per day on one shift. So I'm fully aware of what we have dealing with and who we have in the room. Gentlemen, welcome and thank you. To head into this topic, insights into the future of food business that is expected to transform manufacturing and business questions. I would like to start first with Mr. Tariq Al-Sa'a from Dubai Refreshments. We've identified key changes and disruptive issues which are going to be technology, artificial intelligence, and sustainability in this environment. And this is the same frame of which you're going to understand how these unique companies are actually positioning themselves. So, Tariq, how important is it utilizing smart technology in manufacturing of products?
Okay, whether smart technology in manufacturing or distribution or technology or innovation in general is kind of the lifeblood of industry. Some of the innovation, like what Tariq presented earlier, you see it as a consumer. You see it in the new products and the new flavors, the value-added products, products that have big range of new flavors, big range of new functionality or value-added, whether it's vitamins or and what have you. But also a lot of the technology actually you don't see. The technology is deployed kind of behind the scenes in the manufacturing process, in the distribution process, in the systems that you use to bring the product to the market. So a product like Pepsi, which is quite an old brand, one of the oldest brands, probably food brands in this region. What you see today and you drink today is the same product. It's very similar that the one that was produced in 1959, but actually it's a completely different. The way it's made is completely different. Yeah. The product today, for instance, is using 30 to 40% renewable energy from the sun. The product that we use today uses 30 to 40, maybe 50% less water than what was used previously. The product today uses completely different quality control. It's all it's mostly electronic. The product failure rate is much less than before. There's virtually no failures. So this is all technology that we use automation. We use up-to-date technology to try to continue to be successful in the marketplace. Yeah. Even if the product is the same, the technology is enabling us to continue to progress, to continue to produce it more efficiently in larger quantities and in better quality. And that process or that journey really never stops. We're not technology companies. We're not Apple of this world,
Yeah.
but we are using some of the technologies that become available in order to make sure that we continue to stay successful and profitable.
And from Dubai Refreshment's perspective, what are the major drivers for an improved performance across the supply chain?
The major drivers is obviously, we are blessed in Dubai in a certain way because we have also an industrial base here that supports us. So the suppliers, our major suppliers, are nearby. That helps a lot in terms of managing the supply chain, making sure the product is fresh, making sure there is no interruption of supply. This is very, very crucial. The other thing from major for our success as a Dubai Refreshment Company, we have one of the largest and most widespread distribution system in the UAE. So we are able to cover more customers, more frequently than most other suppliers in the market. And that allows us to provide a level of customer service. It allows us to provide a wider range of products. It also allows us to eliminate any, a lot of the out of stocks. It allows us, when consumer wants to drink our products cold, they are able to do so at a kind of a moment's notice. Anywhere around, they have any store they choose to go into, they will find our product, they will find it cold, they will find it nicely displayed. And that is very, very important for our success as a manufacturing and distribution company.
So the topic, one of the topics from this morning has been the impacts of sugar and the implementation of new taxes for drinks with sugar. How does Dubai Refreshments envision that these additional taxes would force radical transformation of its products?
Obviously, this is new. It's new for us as a Dubai Refreshments Company, and it's new for the region because normally when something like that happens, you go and look around the world, see where else have they implemented such systems, and you try to kind of learn from the experience of others so you are prepared. One of the issues that with the taxation that's coming in the UAE, it's really like no other. So, and we were the first. I mean, everybody's talking about December 1, there is implementation. Actually, we've been, since October 1, 2017, we've been under the taxation regime. So we have learned. The initial period was very difficult because it was a little bit of surprise how it was implemented, the magnitude, and the law was also came on us very quickly. We didn't really have much time to prepare for it. So the first few months were, I can honestly say, were a complete disaster.
Yeah.
Obviously, with time, you learn and you restructure and you try to evolve from that. And I can honestly say that over the last 12 months or so, we are turning the corner in that front and we are doing much better. It will take time to recover and for the consumer to get used to the higher prices and for people to get used to paying taxes. So you cannot avoid that piece. There is a time period for the change, and you have to be able to manage that transition. We have managed it with a combination of things. We have some of our product range, obviously, that is not subject to taxation, so we promoted that more. We focus a bit more on our export markets. We cut costs tremendously. We invested in technology that allows us to reduce cost. We managed our electricity, we managed our water, so these things helped us reduce the cost to a point where we are able to manage the change. So in a way, it has forced us to become more efficient, but we are also continuing the discussions with government officials, with the regulators, see how we can make the taxation system a bit more fair, if you want to do it, and a bit more deliver both the objectives of the government, yes, as well as allow the industry to adapt and allow the industry to continue to grow. Because in the final end, nobody benefits from an industry that kind of dies.
Yes. Thank you, Tariq. Now, Dr. Ahmed Tiani from Al-Rawabi. IoT, the Internet of Things, for anybody who's not up to speed. Is Al-Rawabi utilizing IoT-enabled solutions to monitor their transportation conditions for products in transit? And how is that data being utilized to provide compliance with safety regulations?
It's a very good question. Okay. We are now passing into artificial intelligence age, which is expected to start from year 2020. The world has been from year 2005 till year 2020 passing through information age. And the difference between information age and artificial intelligence age is the massive quantity of information which we are making the computers to learn and to take decisions, not only to feed the computers with data like what we used to do in the information age. In our technology, what we are using in Al-Rawabi, for the logistics, from the product, from the time the product is produced in the factory till it reaches the consumer, we have with salesmen handheld terminals. And these handheld terminals are fed with information from the time the product produced in the factory till it reaches the consumer. The temperature, the vehicle, direction of the vehicle, the time spent, the consumption of fuel. And when it reaches the outlet, even there is a communication between the merchandisers and the salesman. The comments of the consumers regarding our products, regarding our service, if they have any comments, immediately it is fed in the handheld terminal, and by the time the salesman reaches back the factory, all of this information is downloaded in the computer and processed, and immediately we get recommendation out of it. I am just designing now a model with our friends from Kizat, Dr. Abdulaziz was with us here, for young Emirati people to have farming as a profession. Because in United Arab Emirates, we find all of other professions are available, with exception of farming. When you go to Europe, you visit Holland, Germany, Austria, you find the farm all 250 years, 350 years. And it's coming generation to generation. So I thought to attract the young Emirati to take farming, I asked myself what these Emirati are looking for. Now the young people generally, they are attracted by the technologies, the new technology. They spend a long time with social media, WhatsApp, Pinterest, and so on. So I designed a model of farming for the cows to be milked by robots, feeders to be run by robots. The cows will have chips which will read how many steps they have in the yard, rumination per minute, breathing per minute, and this information, when it goes back to the milking parlor, is fed in the computer and analyzed. And when the cows goes back to the yard, if there is anything deviated from the normal, it will not allow her to go to the yard. It will segregate her. The young people will be impressed, and they will like such thing because they love the technology, they love the new information age, and they will take this as a profession. So we'll attract about 50 people who will start with us hopefully by next year. We'll train them on the system, and we will each of them will have a farm of 50 cows. They will deliver the milk to us. We will give them training in breeding, nutrition, how to feed the cows, and they will love and watch their cows run by robot, feeding by robot, milking by robots. This is something new, and we'd like to introduce to United Arab Emirates as a pioneer for this.
I love that you've thought about the youth and their technology in milking a cow, through a robotic system, and having the youth actually find that interesting. I don't know if that's the downfall of society or if it's, the future of society. But moving on, I'd like to know, the sustainability of products is a big issue. And how sustainable is the manufacturing process at Al Rawabi? And the local sourcing component, is that utilized as a marketing tool at Al Rawabi?
Yes. Actually, we went further than just keeping the sustainability of the product at high quality. We have arranged so many meetings with Ministry of Health, and we wanted to recognize the challenges which facing the inhabitants here in United Arab Emirates from health point of view. And we have been informed by Ministry of Health, the biggest issue is vitamin D deficiency. Like my friend earlier, he mentioned when they introduced vitamin D water, there are about 80% of inhabitants of United Arab Emirates are deficient in vitamin D. And this is a problem because being deficient in vitamin D, you will have fatigue in the middle of the day, you will have back pain, muscle pain, your immunity will be impaired, you will go to the doctor more frequently, you will have flu more frequently, and you will be off job for many days. Because when you go to the doctor, the day is gone. You'll not return back to the office. So we have done a lot of research with a research institution from Finland, a company called New Smart, and luckily they are coming this October to Dubai to be established in Dubai as well. Anyway, we introduced vitamin D milk, and it contains 8,000 units, which is enough for you when you drink 2 glasses of milk per day. You will not be deficient any longer in vitamin D. Then we introduced a product which is also for the health of, for the benefits of the consumers. Nowadays, many people skip breakfast because they don't have time to sit for a decent breakfast in the morning. Many people, they just sip a cup of coffee, hang to the car, to the office. We calculated with this research team the requirements of the body for 8 hours, from morning till lunchtime. And we put this in a small bottle, we call it NutriBoost. Your requirements for fiber, energy, vitamins, minerals for 8 hours. We are now developing a product to reduce weight because also obesity is a problem, especially among children in United Arab Emirates. Very soon we'll introduce a product which contains natural plant, no additives, no chemicals. It will be just containing a plant called phenomate. It grows in South of America. And this product will reduce the weight about 5% per month. We are also developing a third product for hypertension to reduce the blood pressure, and the fourth one for diabetic people. So hopefully these products will be seen during this coming 2 years. And we are working very closely with this center in Finland, New Smart Center. This center, by the way, they are working in extending, they have a research going on to extend human life to 150 years. And not only to extend life for 150 years, but to be productive at 150 years of age. The people whom I have seen there visiting this center in Helsinki, I am sure they can make it, because I saw people 95 years old, very muscular, very alert, very strong, no tummy, and they are doing very well.
Dr.
The
Tigani, I
good
don't
news,
know
they are
if
coming here in Dubai by October, inshallah.
I don't know if anyone feels like I do, but I can't foresee 150 years of this.
Too long, yeah?
Of course, if we look like when we were 20, that would be another story. Please, can I welcome Mr. Ahmed Belyuha from Emirates Macaroni Factory. Thank you, Doctor. Emirates Macaroni Factory, one of the oldest companies in the UAE. Tell us, is Emirates Macaroni Factory utilizing smart technology in their manufacturing processes?
Actually, improving the processing and improving the technology is a part of our daily jobs. As the knowledge is improving every day, we have to adapt new technologies which will help us in saving energy, saving money, saving, unfortunately, less people to work on production. So I think also comparing with Tariq, people see the product on the shelf, but they don't see the investment and technology behind it. And since we are in Dubai, we have very good platforms to adapt new technologies. We have Gulf food manufacturing, which a lot of new technologies coming to the region. In fact, the main part for me as a manager, not looking for sales or the owner of the company, looking how to adapt new technologies, improve products, and all these things. So it's part of my day-to-day activity.
Yes.
To search and to see and to manage the performance based on technology.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I like that you mentioned the Gulf food manufacturing and the ability to have these manufacturers of these machinery available here in the UAE, which is also a key component for manufacturers here. I remember, because I was in the food industry, we'd do a trip up to Europan in Paris and to IBA in Germany. Those were the places you'd see the new technology. But now people are coming to Dubai for that. And that's really important, and Gulf Food is one of those entities. And I like that you're also looking for better ways of production through this manufacturing systems. So do you look to utilize less people in your factories? Would that be a key component to fully automation? And also, would you say that smart technology also helps to mitigate any cases of cross-contamination or things like that? Just bringing in the new technology into your perspective.
Always, as a part of any manufacturer, is to make sure that whatever they do is traceable. From beginning of the production till the end. Actually, we even look to the consumer. If even people purchase a product, we are responsible for that. And to look on all of that, we have to adapt new technology to trace it and to know what is the time, what is the day, where is the product, how we transport it, and how people store it. So and also trying to put a minimum time, the sense of when we receive the complaint till we reach the cause of the cross contamination, and also this again to the technology. With the help of technology, we are able to trace the product, and we know it. And even during production, we have a live stream reading that we know in this part the heat is not enough, the humidity is not enough, the guy or the mechanical engineer is not doing his job properly, the number of products coming on. So this technology helping us to read and to be more efficient. Unfortunately, reducing the number of people.
Yeah. And I don't know who's on keto and paleo, and I don't know, but still a good bowl of pasta works for everyone.
The good news that most athletes is recommend to eat pasta because it's a healthy, high carb.
Fantastic. Thank you, Ahmed. Please can I welcome Halwani Brothers, Mr. Tamar Tamarik, Chief Executive Officer. Consumer demands now calls for restaurant quality and chef-inspired meals, which doesn't always gel with manufacturing in a facility, in a fully automated facility. How does Halwani Brothers cater to the new age food industries and demands?
For us, doing business that way is not new. We were more connoisseurs than manufacturers. That's how the business started since 1830. What's new to us is the industrial side of things. So having chefs, part of our R&D department is part of our day-to-day business. So that's how we keep in touch with the soft skills of things. While on the other side, you have the scientists giving us the technology to deliver that to the masses. Another part that helps us keep up to date is partnership with long-time customers. For example, we've had a relationship with Saudi Arabian Airlines since the 1980s. And ever since then, the food menu engineering part is something we do jointly on an annual basis. This is a business model that we are now following with a lot of our customers. This helps us on the HoReCa side, on the catering side, but it also gives us knowledge on how to develop retail products. So again, to be able to maintain the passion to deliver authentic food, it is vital.
Yeah.
To keep chefs and menu engineering part of your process.
Yeah, I think that is music to His Excellency Majid Al Ghurar's ears. So we'll give a shout out to him that Halwani Brothers works with Saudi Airlines. Don't know how Emirates is going to feel about that. But sustainability is a very big buzzword. And as a chief executive officer, your big buzzword is bottom line profits. So how does, and it's a balancing act, I think, for you, balancing technological advancements, the requirements of the youth to be sustainable, and I guess lower carbon emissions from manufacturing.
Those are all big challenges, I guess everybody in the room faces. A word of wisdom, if you allow me, it's basically how you take on this challenge. If you make it part of your belief system, part of your culture, you will always have out-of-the-box ideas that will help you deliver on that objective while actually improving your bottom line, not just maintaining it. There's enough technology today to help you deliver on that. For Halwani, that is the case. I'll just mention one simple example. One of our core products is tahina, and one of our core raw material is sesame. Now, once you bring in raw sesame, you need to clean it, you need to wash it with water, you need to peel it, and then you take it to the grinders. Two parts I just mentioned were washing it and peeling it. And we've done a lot of technological advances to help sustainability. One is we do not use water to wash, we use steam. That helps sustainability, but it also helps us reduce cost tremendously. The other thing is peeling, and there we used waste management. So all the sesame peels, that's almost 25% of the sesame, so it is a huge volume. What do we do with it? It's animal feed. We connect with partners who take this as animal feed, and that helps you with your waste management. That's when it comes to Halwani. What helped us a lot is really partnering with people who do standards. They give you guidelines. They won't give you the actual thing to do. That's up to you. You own your manufacturing facility, but it gives you standards, guidelines to help you think. For example, ISO 14000. I'm sure everybody in the room knows that. That helps you drive environmental sustainability. Another sustainability we are very passionate about is human sustainability. There's also a standard there for OSHA. We adapt that. We are certified there. And that's important because of our employees, of our workers. We care for their safety. So we have latest technology to monitor and control our manufacturing facilities. Last but not least, again, we pride ourselves of delivering authentic food. Part of authentic food is delivering a clean label. And that's something, again, we are very passionate about, and it's part of human sustainability.
Yeah. Thank you, Tamer. So what I love is when we can coerce and meet and, create synergies. So from the round table, I do know that there's somebody looking for animal feed. So you might have a supply for those sesame products. And I think if I'm correct, from Dubai Industrial City, they have a strategic partnership with an e-waste management company within their system. And later today, for all of you delegates, there is a specialist on solar energy and bringing that to, to the manufacturers. So I like that you've encompassed all of that. Now you need to find where all of these people are. So Dubai Industrial City, Saud Abu Al-Shawarib, the managing director. I understand that Dubai Industrial City has, as part of its strategy, the food subsector, as catering to them and creating warehousing and the opportunities for them. Can you just explain why go to Dubai Industrial City versus any other business locality within the UAE?
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting us to be part of a very important topic for everyone today, which is food manufacturing and trading. Actually, at Dubai Industrial City, if I'll go back through the history, in 2005, we've started planning our development from scratch, from paper. And we've noticed, based on the market requirements, we came up with 6 main industries, which is chemical industry, base metal, mineral, transport, machinery, and last but not least, and it's one of our most important sectors, is food and beverage. Today, we have a dedicated 18 million square foot of leasable area of industrial land fully dedicated for food industries, from raw material to manufacturing, packaging, till you reach to cold storage and freezers. So this was part of our main plan, to have a full supply chain available for any manufacturers related to that segment. Infrastructure-wise, we've designed the roads and power allocation to fit the food and beverage requirements. And in addition also, locational-wise, it really helps the manufacturers, since we are attached to Al Maktoum Airport. We are bounded by Mohammed bin Zayed and Emirates roads. And also we are 15 minutes away from Jebel Ali Port. So for manufacturers who are into centralizing their operation in one location, having the full supply chain surrounded their business, and also having the location to transport their goods to Northern Emirates, Abu Dhabi, Saudi Arabia, and Oman from road can be easily done through our location.
How is Dubai Industrial City able to transform current business practices for companies wishing to come over to Dubai Industrial City and, say, invest in a new multi-million-dollar plant?
Okay, we have different type of products that can support different type of industries. If you are, for example, a new SME company that is recently established and looking for having a production plant with less investment, we have our pre-built light industrial units that are available to lease. And we are proudly saying that we have a lot of companies related to food and non-food businesses have started their businesses few years back through leasing pre-built units. We are now approaching us to lease a musataha agreement on having their own land to develop their own facility. The beauty of our offering is that we offer everything from office to worker accommodation. And the good thing that the light industrial unit are designed in a way that it has enough power connected to each unit that can support your industry, and in addition that it was designed in a way that you can easily knock walls, have the area that you require, and it can be isolated also to have cold store facility within the same facility. So we know our business partners very well. We know the investors' requirements, and we are open to offer any solution to fit any type of business.
So unfortunately, I haven't had the pleasure of heading out to Dubai Industrial City, but I'm super impressed that it houses more than 700 companies. So for a new entity who's going to come, and what I understand from Dubai Industrial City is you do formulate strategic partnerships with the companies. What does that entail, and how does that benefit the companies?
Recently, although part of their operation is food recycling, with EnviroServe, we have a partnership with them where they've developed one of the largest e-recycling facility within Dubai Industrial City. They've invested around 120 million dirham, and it's a state-of-the-art facility, fully automated, fully sustainable. They use renewable energy to cover part of their power requirements, and their end products are mainly rubber, gold, steel, and copper that they sell again to manufacturers as a raw material to their production. For us, as we are leader in developing the Dubai Industrial Strategy, and me personally co-heading with the team in JAVS, the food and beverage, the FMCG sector within the Dubai Industrial Strategy, we have some extra initiatives that we are working with the government that either to partner with financial institutes to invest and support the food and beverage industries. Also, we have partnership with universities to create a new talent pool that can go into the food and beverage processes and manufacturing industries. So we are working closely with those institutes, with government entities, to have that relaxations also for new businesses in at least the first 2-3 years to support them establish their businesses, and that partnership is a continuous aim for us to establish and grow with different entities, either government or private.
Thank you, Saud. And thank you to all of the panelists. Just as the audience, and what I want to say is that the panelists, it's such an esteemed panel. I maybe did not do justice to everybody's CV, but the amount of experience on this panel and qualifications and the opportunity to meet and network with a panel of this pedigree is quite remarkable. And everybody's willing to share insights and inputs for better practices, for better sustainability and the future of food in the UAE. For our next keynote, please may I welcome Nadeem Nakfour, SVP of PepsiCo Middle East UAE. And Nadeem is going to discuss innovations in food and beverage productions. Nadeem holds an MBA in Business Administration from the American University of Beirut, a Bachelor of Business Administration from Higazian University, and a Baccalaureate in Science from the College Louise Wegman. That's correct. May I please welcome Nadeem Nakfour to the podium.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm really glad to be with you today, representing PepsiCo, my company of 23 years, and talking to you about how PepsiCo sees the future of F&B. All right. A quick word on PepsiCo. We are the world's second largest food and beverage manufacturer. Our colleagues from Nestle here in the room are ahead of us. We salute them. And we exceed $64 billion of annual revenue and employ 260,000 associates across the globe. We operate across, I think, most of the globe. I cannot think of a market in the world where one of our many brands does not really exist. And we do have many brands. In fact, most people think that PepsiCo just produces Pepsi. And that is not true. We produce a large number of soft drink brands. We also have other brands outside of soft drinks within the beverage segment. We have juices like Gatorade, we have sports drink like juices like Tropicana, and sports drinks like Gatorade. And we are also in the foods business, ranging from fun snacking and indulgent snacking in our salt potato chips range, going into the nutrition range with our Quaker Oats. And we've been having a clear vision over the past century, a clear vision that is centered around the consumer, and we have continuously adapted our vision to meet the consumer needs. And this is how, over the past 100 years plus, we have managed to get 22 of our brands to go across the $1 billion a year sales mark. 22 of our brands sell more than $1 billion each year. And talking about vision, our recent CEO, Ramon Laguardia, who has taken over from Indra Nooyi, has taken her vision and adapted it to the needs of today. And he has basically challenged us to be faster, to be stronger, and to be better, so that we can bring smiles to 2 billion consumers every day and become, hopefully one day, the #1 global food and beverage company. What do we mean by faster, stronger, and better? Faster, these days, the speed at which we do things is sometimes more important than the things we want to do itself. Many products, many ideas have failed because their speed to market was not strong enough. And when you want to go fast, think of it for a second. Think of yourself driving a car. The most important thing is not the power of the car. You can have the most powerful car, the fastest car. If you don't have visibility, you cannot drive fast. The most important thing is to have visibility. And for us, visibility is what the consumers want. If we know where they are going, if we know what is their future needs, we can then fulfill those needs, and we can then have a runway as to where we want to be, and therefore be very fast. So consumer centricity is at the heart of our faster segment. Stronger is about really leveraging technology and trying to operate at the highest possible point of efficiency that we can. And when we talk about better here is really about genuinely caring about protecting the planet and empowering people. And when I say genuinely, this is the word that I stress on. I've seen many companies this morning talk about sustainability and about better, and I felt how genuine they were, and I think this is why they were successful. But there are many companies as well in the world who use this as a tick in the box, and that typically does not work in the long run. Let me give you a few examples about each. On faster, driven by consumer insights and market trends, we have invested to develop what we believe will be the products of the future. You see their pictures here on the screen, and I will not share details about those pictures with you today. And there's a reason for that. All those products are going to be prominently featured 1 year from now in Expo 20, which PepsiCo and our local partner, DRC, represented here today by Mr. Tariq Sa'a, are going to be sponsoring and servicing. So without further ado, let me share with you a video about what is going to be PepsiCo's representation in Expo 2020. I really hope we'll see all of you in what I think promises to be a very exciting event for Dubai, for the industry, for the region in exactly 1 year from now. On Stronger, really, as I said, this is about leveraging technology and bringing it closer to the human needs. And another very good example of that is something that we call the Snackbot, which again will be featured and displayed at Expo 2020 in a year from now. And again, I'd like to share with you a video about that amazing product. This is real. This is not science fiction. You'll see it live literally in 1 year. Moving on to Better, last but not least. Better is a critical pillar at PepsiCo and one in which we invest gladly. We do it from our heart. We do it because we believe in it. From packaging to our agro programs to water conservation to product design, we invest to reduce the impact on the planet. And really we combine that with caring for people and empowering them. And a great example about that is a program that we have in partnership with CARE. CARE is a foundation that is designed to fight poverty across the globe. And together with them, we have developed a program called She Feeds the World, where we're going to be supporting 5 million female farmers in giving them the resources that they need and the education that they need to improve the crop of their yields. On packaging, we have made a very public pledge that we're going to reduce waste, plastic waste across the globe. In fact, our new CEO, on day 2 of having taken office, day 2, sent a video to the entire company making plastic waste reduction our #1 priority in PepsiCo. And we have committed to very clear KPIs. I'll read them out. We want to design 100% of our packaging to be sustainable. We want to use 25% recycled content in our packaging. We want to use 25% recycled content in our packaging and reduce 35% of usage of virgin plastic in our packaging. In fact, we are an active member, a very active member of a broad industry coalition aimed at driving a circular economy, which is what Her Excellency, the Minister, talked about this morning. This is an economy where one industry feeds into the other so that you minimize waste. And as early as June of this year, we have made a couple of big announcements. Bubbly, which is a new brand in the US, it's a lightly carbonated flavored water that you see here in the pink can. We have announced that this brand will become plastic-free. So nothing in the supply chain of this brand will use plastic. Now, if there are manufacturers in this room, I want you to imagine how the pallets will look like without a plastic shrink wrap, or how the cases will look like, but we have solved for that, and Bubbly will be a plastic-free brand. We've also committed to make Life Water, which is our premium water, which will be launched in the UAE in a couple of months. We've committed to make it all produced from recyclable plastic, and that will be worldwide. And I could go on and on and on with such examples, but my time is limited, and really here I truly enjoyed presenting for you the story of PepsiCo, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nadeem. What I love is that we could have here today canned products that has no plastic whatsoever. What we do for the environment is integral to the youth, and ever so more important with your motto, with we can make the future great. I love that. So well done to PepsiCo. We have a panel discussion now on innovation in food and beverage production. So please welcome to the podium our moderator, Avinash Rat, Chief Executive Officer of Grain Velocity. Avinash is your one-stop for all brand marketing and innovation requirements. His professional experience spans top organizations such as Unilever and Nestlé in the Middle East, Africa, South Asia, Southeast Asia, and the United Kingdom. He has advised on foods, culinary, beverages, health science, home care, and personal care strategies, and in developing further for the emerging markets. He is a graduate of INSEAD Business School in France and holds a master's in general management and marketing, an MS from Princeton University, USA, and is a silver medalist from the Indian Institute of Technology, Mumbai. He has an unparalleled depth of expertise across the brands, marketing, innovation, spectrum ranging from brand and innovation strategy, packaging and design, product innovation, marketing development, business ecosystems development, route to market development and innovation, digital and social marketing, and end-to-end innovation in leadership. Welcome, Avinash.
Good morning, everybody. It's close to afternoon as well. How are you doing right now? Hello, hi. Hello, Sally, how are you doing? It's my pleasure today to lead an esteemed panel in the topic of innovation in food and beverage production. But before I begin, I wanted to share a couple of things. This morning, we heard about innovation. Innovation in food and beverage, innovation in technologies, and how we can make lives of our consumers better. That's one theme. We talked of food security. That's another big thing on mine. And the third thing we talked about is consumer preferences. Our consumers are moving, globally, certainly in our region as well. It's up to us how we now bring this all together as manufacturers and meet this demand. All right, that's without further ado, I'm going to call my panelists because they're going to talk about exactly these three themes, and I'm going to quiz them on this as well. So let me invite on stage Mr. Joachim Yebue, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Foodco Holdings. Mr. Dominique Flo, who is the Regional Director, Tate El Nile, DMCC. Jacek Pleva, who is the General Manager, Global Food Industries. And Nicole Rogers, who is the founder, Agriposity. Let's give them a big hand, please. All right, these panel sessions, I'd like to really structure this session in a very intuitive way. It's between the speakers. And also I'll invite all of you to potentially ask questions to the panel and to make it a little more open. All right? Is that fair enough? Okay, let me start with Dominique. Dominique, you have an extensive experience in innovation in technologies and how that can help in healthier options, in the business that you are with Tate & Lyle. So please help us understand a few innovations that are making us a healthier nation and a healthier globe, and which of these technologies will find a way into our region, because that's what I really want to know about. So can you please shed some light on this, please?
Yeah, thank you, Avinash, for the question. I'm working for a food ingredient company, so I will speak about the latest innovation we have done into our ingredients. When it comes to health and wellness, which is a very important topic for the region, I think there are two key ones where we have done major evolution in the last 10 years. One is regarding sugar replacement. I mean, we have mentioned in several occasions this morning that it's important to reduce sugar. It's not that easy because sugar does a lot of good things. It brings sweetness, it brings mouthfeel. But in the last 10 years, a lot of new sweeteners have come, more and more from natural origin. And also understood a lot about what sugar does in the mouth of a consumer and how we can be very close in terms of replicating this and making a sugar-free product tasting nearly as good as a full sugar product. And that's something which we are happy to see the trend that there is more and more push in terms of sugar reduction, and we do feel that we have some solutions that are ready to support this. Another important one is regarding fiber enrichment. Some of you may know that we don't eat enough fibers anymore. I mean, the food diet has changed over the last 50 years. we consume less and less, and we are roughly 10 grams below the recommendation. We have also developed a nice range of fibers that can be used in various food metrics and can help bridge the gap and really reduce the lack of fiber in a daily product.
Okay. It sounds like these innovations are already here. But I'm sure the audience is thinking is that this is one of the big things that we need today as well. So what's preventing these innovations from finding their way into products?
Well, some are already on their way. We already are selling some of it in the region. I think what is probably preventing is we see a consumer trend coming. We see as well, and we have discussed about the excise tax and the push for sugar reduction. We probably need to have, as we have also mentioned, the clear alignment between all the various parties in the food industry. Okay. I mean, as a food ingredient supplier, we can support the food manufacturers, but then the food manufacturers needs to have the right context in terms of tax or regulation that would support the move and the need to reformulate the product.
So there's a need for some cooperation here. Thank you, Dominic. I really appreciate this. Jacek, I wanted to ask you a question regarding disruptive technologies. And I'm sure we all want to know what are the top 3 disruptive technologies that have made a significant difference to healthier products globally, and which ones we hope to find in our region in the near future.
Great, thank you for this opportunity. But before that, I decided today to have a different color of the shirt. Usually when we come to the events, the dilemma in the morning is less usual, and the choice goes for white. I think a lot of things happening around the world. We've seen the things coming out of New York recently, so I decided to bring different color of the shirt as a message to all of the leaders that our way forward needs to have that angle, which is more green. So with this, I think it's so critical to see the future of the food industry from that angle of disruptive technologies. At Global Foods, we've been researching over the last 4 years plant-based proteins. We're linking that effort as well with the food security for the nation. Out of 18 products in UAE Food Security, one significant part of this is related to meat. So we look carefully into the role of meat in the nutrition, at the same time role of meat across the globe, how that impacts food value, and how that impacts the society, how that impacts environment. It's a $1 trillion industry around the world, but things started changing because consumers started looking for healthier alternatives. Today, we are 7.6 billion people on the earth, and in the next years, we're going to reach 10 billion people by 2050. So the question is, how are we going to feed 2.5 billion people more? Today, we have 1.4 billion cattle going around the world, and we need 7 kilograms of grain to feed the cattle to give us 1 kilogram of meat. And if we cut the meat and we clean it, actually this 7 kilograms becomes 14, because half of the cattle, it's pretty much the waste. So it takes 14 kilograms of wheat, which gets into the animal to produce 1 kilogram of meat. And this 14 is on dry basis, which is usually 12% of the moisture, which normal grain is 20 plus. So this 14 kilograms becomes 28 kilograms. If we turn our habit from eating red meat into the plant-based proteins, we can feed 15 billion people as of today. So our call for action is we coming with products to disrupt the current realities and current industries, and we'll be the first company out of the Middle East to launch in November our plant-based proteins, which will have 30% more protein than normal range and 90% more fibers, which we just mentioned how important it is to get the fiber into our body. So this is the step one for us, and I think it's step one for the industry to further build on the plant-based proteins. But we see emerging trends which has not been commercialized yet, which is culture meat. This is the meat which is produced pretty much in the labs, and I think the prediction is that by 2040, this will be a leading force in terms of the consumption, taking 35% of a trillion-plus industry. And we look into other elements of disruption in terms of the world of protein and sustainability, which are insect-based proteins. So I think the world will hear far more in the coming years in terms of those disruptive new technologies coming into the play to challenge non-sustainable current system of meat production.
Okay, fantastic, Jack. I really like your treatment of plant-based protein because I think that's a trend globally, and consumers who are caring for the environment, caring for sustainable ecosystems will adopt. The biggest challenge we will face here is it as good as the original stuff? I think that's what needs to be taken care of, yeah? Fair enough?
Definitely. Taste is of the paramount importance to the consumers. So over the last 4 years, we did hundreds of consumer tests, and I think we coming with something which consumers will really appreciate.
Okay, fantastic. All right, we heard Dominic talk about sugar and technologies we can use for replacing sugar. By the way, did you notice everybody's talking about ingredient technologies? Nobody yet touched upon production technologies, but that's fine. They follow each other. So this question goes to you, Nicole. It says as follows. Sugar and syntax is here. It's here, it's around the corner. We heard everybody talking about it this morning. It has implications on the manufacturing industry, it has implications on the consumer, it has implication on the businesses, all right? So I want to know from you, what are the few food and product technologies that we as manufacturers, and I'm sure many of us are already working on it and know it as well, but I wanted to hear it from you, that we as manufacturers can adopt now and become competitive with them in the future in relation to sugar and syntax.
So I'm a bit of an outlier on this panel, so bear with me. It might sound like I'm talking crazy, but it will all make sense in the end.
No problems.
So when we look at sugar, and for the past 2 days I've had the pleasure of representing the UAE at the WHO conference on obesity for this region. And one of the things that was top of mind of everyone was finding a substitute that was natural. So something that is readily abundant, something that is maybe even a waste opportunity. And what everyone agreed is that there's this number that's published all the time about food loss around the world, and it's 45%, and it's not argued anymore. The UN posts the number, and pretty much any NGO when they're tackling food waste. And that 45% is almost entirely crop waste from fruit and vegetables. So something that we're advocating and that we're working with clients on is how you can process a fruit that could have otherwise been a waste and rescue it to become a natural sugar product. And we're seeing this a lot in emerged markets, like in the UK and in the US. So using things like mango powder in children's snack foods. And I think it's something that's going to become more prevalent. And in terms of processing, I think this is impacting the whole food system. And there's an opportunity to capture this waste closer to the farm and create processing systems that are more efficient, so that that powder can be captured when the mango is super ripe and effectively costs nothing because it's never leaving that farm. And it's my humble belief, but some other people's too, that that'll be the future, is capturing really flavorful ingredients closer to the farm that otherwise never make it into the food systems chain.
Okay, the way you say it, Nicole, they sound really real.
Sounds easier.
It sounds really real. It sounds like they're ready to use. So are there, intermediaries or companies or R&D labs that can make them accessible to us?
So I would say it's very well used in startup and SME food company spaces. And it's very challenging for them to source these ingredients. So as an opportunity, I think there's space for investment, and I think it's a way that larger processors can get more involved down in the whole ecosystem. And so I'm not suggesting that Pepsi needs to become an expert, or even Tate & Lyle, in fruit powdering, because that's complicated. But for sure, I think maybe a theme from today and going forward with the kind of people in this room is that kind of thinking needs investment, and I think the consumers are going to continue to demand it, and either you're going to acquire that SME company who builds an incredibly strong footprint because they're essentially tailoring their ingredients to what the demand is. So either you're going to buy them at 50x, or you can help become a supplier to them and supply them the ingredients that they're struggling to find.
That was a call for support, if you didn't hear that already. Okay, that's great. All right, Joachim, I had a question for you, and I know that you are a firm believer in the eat well, live well mantra of life. And I also know that this is perhaps the biggest conflict that consumers in our region have. That is, almost anything that's too healthy cannot be tasty. I pause here because I think that's a big conflict. So can you share with us a couple of key innovations in product and manufacturing that will enable our consumers to live your mantra and at the same time not compromise on their preferences for food?
All right, okay. Thank you, Avinash. Let me try to bring here the element of the consumer in the equation of innovation in food. Future food is not only manufacturing, not only technology. We have to start by that point by bringing in the aspect of the consumer. Future food will be about adding value to life. Future food will be about healthy food and well-being. This morning, early, Her Excellency the Minister said that we are what we eat. And by being so, we need to know what element the nutrition will take us to the well-being and the healthy status. So the manufacturer and the technologist in the process of food innovation will have to assisting the consumer in making the best choice, the best food choice for health being, and at the same time promoting wellness. I must say there are 4 or 5 drivers in terms of consumer aspiration that will drive the manufacturer in the process of his food innovation.
What are they?
You have focused health and wellness. You will have about all social and environmental matters, ethnicity matters that sometimes we tend to ignore, but ethnicity matter will be important, functional foods, and not to ignore digital and technology transformation. So these drivers will definitely impact on the food innovation for the future development.
Thank you, Joachim. Actually, this was the first round of this panel, and the sense I was wanting to get from all of you is that how far are we in this region in accessing, firstly, do these technologies exist that will help us in a better, healthier choices, first. Second was that, are they accessible to us or not? I feel that they are not a dream, they are available, but more needs to be done in order to get them. So they are not exactly ready to use right now. Is that a fair summary? Yeah?
I mean, from my perspective, I think it's coming. It's almost there.
It's almost there.
When we see the consumers today, 40% of consumers in UAE are ready to look for healthier choices. 27% of consumers declaring being flexitarians. So I think it's clearly in the pipeline.
Okay, that's very good. That's very good.
This morning we had a good example from our colleague from Actia with the water example that he presented here. So it is made available to address the healthier aspect aspiration of the consumer.
I like that. I like that. Thank you. Very good. All right, let's move to the next part of this panel discussion. This is around our consumers, because as much as we as manufacturers want to give healthier options to our consumers, they need to be ready to adopt them. You agree with me there? Yeah? Okay. So the first question I have is in this theme is for you, Dominic. To what extent do you think that today's consumer in our region is looking for a healthier change? And the second thing is, what market factors will increase their level of nutrition, health, and wellness adoption?
I think, as we have just mentioned, we see more and more innovation and more food products coming, which are proposing healthier options. I think I will give you two answers, Avinash. The first one is my own observations. I've been in the region for 10 years now. When I arrived 10 years ago, I was quite surprised with the behaviors I could see towards health awareness. When I do compare where we are today, and when I go shopping, and when I do see that people and consumers are more and more looking for the healthy choice, a lot of things is happening, and a lot of change is ongoing, and consumer is more aware and is really looking for what is good for him. We are in a B2B business, but we really want to understand very well those trends so as to adapt as well our product offering to this industry. We do frequently survey consumers. So the last survey we did was around 800 consumers in the GCC. And we were surprised to read that 52% of the consumers are really looking to cut sugar when they are buying food products. And the other one will give confidence to Jacek that he has done the right choice. 48% of them are looking for more fibers in their diet, which is sugar I was expecting. That's something that looks less of a surprise, I would say, because it's all around in the media and the awareness is there. Fiber was quite a good surprise to us because I was not expecting the consumer to be that advanced. So data are supporting what we are willing to do and what we keep hearing, which is we need to provide healthier food to our market.
Okay, so let's make this a little more real. What is preventing consumers from today having a juice that has 30% less sugar and tastes as good?
Well, I think it's about having enough option on the market. Again, if I just look at what happened in the last 10 years, I think 5 years ago, a lot of players would say, yes, we know we'll have to reduce sugar. We are thinking about it. Now it's about to happen. But it has to start so that we go there. I would also like to answer not on the sugar, but on the fiber. One thing as well that surprised us in the surveys that we did is that a lot of people were looking for fiber, but were willing to have more fibers. But out of the 50% looking for more, only 25 were buying it, and 25 were not buying a fiber-enriched product because they could not find it in the product that they are eating every day. So there is something to do as well, which is to bring the fiber in what people are used to eat in this part of the world. A lot of products are imported, so when you import something, then it does not fit the local taste. So there is also a gap to bridge by developing the right product fitted to the local market.
Something to be done with the consumers as well. Fantastic. Okay, Joachim, this is for you. You mentioned earlier that Tariq speaking about significant innovations in the water and beverage categories, where in some cases the technologies used have really pushed the boundaries of water beverages in order to meet specific needs of consumers. Okay, I'm with you on this one, but I wanted to get your take on one specific example in the F&B industry in our region where the consumer has been really delighted because of the innovation either in the product or in the manufacturing or in the value chain. One instance of where the consumer has really been delighted with this innovation in any of these aspects.
I won't only be speaking about one specific case.
Yeah.
Because there are different examples even in our region here. The water is an example. I think in Jacek factory they are working presently on a processed meat without proper meat, which is happening today, and more you will find this product, protein, supposed to be with meatless on the shelf. It is coming. Depending again on the functional expectation that you have in that food. We have worked in different products, like you provide oil free of cholesterol by working on the saturated. You will provide less salty to work on the cholesterol again, and on high blood pressure. You will work also on sugar-free, like we have said earlier. So yes, there are different examples like this in local manufacturing, where the consumer meet exactly the need that he or she was expecting in procuring that specific product.
Thank you, Joachim. That's really good to hear. You had a comment?
I would like to compliment and add on the thoughts from two perspectives, actually. On the successful products, I think as the market is in transition, we need more education so consumer becomes more aware. We had this discussion today in the morning with the minister, and she highlighted education is key. And I give you the example. We're just bringing to the market the range of the burgers and nuggets under the brand of Healthy Farm. And in the standard burger, which some of you might eat from time to time, or nuggets with your children eating, we have 16 grams of fat, which normally consumer is not aware that consuming one burger, we're consuming 16 grams of fat. The products which we bring in has 8 times less fat. So when we talk about that to consumers, we say, would you like to have 16 grams of fat or 1.8 grams of fat? 10 out of 10 saying we go for a better choice. So I think building on your point, it's a lot about educating consumers. On the other side, I believe many parents and many of us using food as a currency of love. So we bring children to some of the restaurants and fast food because we believe we create emotional connection because maybe we are a bit busy for the week. So over the weekend, we try to create environment where, you know, we becoming closer to our children, seeing their happiness. But we have to know as well that if you take a nugget and you deep fry, each of these nuggets will pick up 20% more of oil. So if we consume 1 kilogram of these nuggets, which predominantly children consumes, actually they get extra 200 grams of fat, and 1 gram is 9 calories. So you can do the multiplication, but that's a massive thing, and I think we owe this to the public in terms of education to make sure that they're making more aware switch to more healthier choices for them and for the nation at the end.
Yes, definitely.
And something to note that I think Tarek mentioned in his presentation are the nutritional labeling requirements that everyone's opting into in the GCC in the next few months. And it will help educate parents and compare, as you're saying, apples for apples. So the traffic light system will highlight that that product has too much sugar, too much salt, and it'll be clearly indicated in red. So if you're looking at a package and you're choosing between two things, as a consumer, you'll say, I want to buy low sugar, I want to buy low salt. And what we've seen in other countries where this traffic light nutritional labeling has come into place is that the companies change the formulation, and that's what Tarek was saying. They're reducing sugars in juices because they don't want to have red in the traffic light because the consumers resoundingly stop buying when there's a red in the traffic light. So if the brands that we're giving out of love to our children all of a sudden have a reduction in sugar or salt, the taste buds will catch up with the intention to eat well. And eventually, it takes time for your taste buds to reconfigure. So you don't want the sweet, you don't want the salt, but it's physiological. And I think that will happen here in the region.
I just built on this thought about the traffic lights, and I had a quick chat with Saleh during the break. I think as an industry, we should pledge voluntarily as an industry reduction of some of the potentially harmful ingredients, despite the efforts of the government to bring the traffic light. I think our responsibility to the society is to voluntarily pledge. So I will advocate on the forum of food and beverage that each of us as a member, we pledge the reduction or improvement by whatever the measure might be.
Okay, Jacek and Nicole, I am getting really convinced about this. You know, I'm feeling that we are there now, more so than during the first half. But
We have to build the movement. We have to, you know, build a bit of a force in ourselves so we can move it with more speed.
Can I link back to one other thing? I think we talked a lot about the ingredients. We talked a lot about the fact that, you know, how we can change consumer preferences. Can you shed light on production technology linked with, let's take the example of plant-based protein, that can significantly change the landscape of the food and beverage manufacturing in our region?
What comes to my mind are, what we look into our business is 12 disruptive technologies. And one which I just discussed was on the protein, alternative proteins. But I think we're going to see soon acceleration in blockchain technology, traceability. So I think this is coming, and that's a part of the trust for the consumers. So they keep kind of saying, so from where is the origin of the product? Can I really understand the value chain leading to that? So I think blockchain technology will be of the importance. I believe that as well nutrigenetics coming. And I don't think it's very far that out of our watch we'll get a beep saying, okay, you need a bit more protein because your body, right, is not responding well through the day. I don't think it's very far. Today, those devices tracking our heartbeats, linking through the cloud to the doctor's home, right? So I think we are not very far to see that technology coming as well.
Okay. All right, good, thank you. Actually, this is, Joachim, this is for you, and I wanted to understand from you, and this was not meant originally, but I'm going to ask you this question. Sustainability has been a major theme here. Sustainable options and how we can make our products and supply chains more sustainable. Could you give us an example in your experience of any one product or value chain that has been improved in this direction, and how has that impacted overall this area? So how has it made life more sustainable for consumers?
Again, simple. Huh? You have got some example this morning here. We had the example on the transportation of the water in more friendly and sustainable packaging. We had also the example given by PepsiCo about the plastic-less can that will definitely has a major impact on the environment in this community.
Okay. And anything innovative about them that you'd like to highlight compared to what was done previously?
I bring all back to the consumer. At the end of the day, whatever we do must meet the consumer needs.
Okay.
And remember what I said in the aspiration change of the consumer. The second factor was societal and environmental matters.
Okay.
So we will have to integrate what the consumer expect to see on the packaging, in the communication that we send to the consumer if we want our innovation to be successful.
Okay. All right, fantastic. So I've heard us talking about texts that are available and how we can make them available. I've heard about how we need to change consumer preferences and they need to adopt. The last question is for you, Dominic, before I open it to the audience, is as follows, is that how can our governments and institutions enable this transformation on innovation and nutrition, health and wellness in our region?
Well, I'll probably repeat what has already been mentioned during this morning, is that I think we need to all be aligned and we need to have all these initiatives supported. We all agree that food has to become healthier. As we have just discussed, that's a possibility now, and it's really at reach. We just need to have the right context, and we need to have a motivating context to do it, because we also mentioned the excise tax. If we have a tax which is taxing at the same level a good-for-you product and a less good-for-you product, you won't motivate the change, and you won't drive the change. So this probably needs to be adapted. As well, if we are a bit late starting versus other parts of the world, which also means that we have the chance to look at what has been happening and what has been done. And the UK model has been mentioned a few times already as well in the previous hours. And this model, if you look at the consumptions of the sugar by the food industry before it was implemented and what it is today, you can see a significant decrease. So there are options, there are best practices, there are learnings we can get from other parts of the world, so that, to answer your question, we get to the right alignment with all the actors, and that we get the right support and motivation from government and other authorities.
Oh, fantastic. Can the audience here feel the sense of urgency that the panel is feeling right now behind this area? Definitely. Shall we give them a big hand, firstly? Personally, thank you for this. And I see some hands in the audience. Yes, please. Can you please give the mic to him?
Sure. It's such a good question, and I think about it a lot. So my firm, we're advisors and investors. So we're trying to invest in solutions. So maybe I'll give an example of an investment. So the local food movement and provenance is probably something that consumers are really looking for, because now the label of organic or the label of fair trade, it doesn't resonate any longer. And you're right, consumers are really smart. And we've talked a lot about what we're going to tell the consumers to buy, but it doesn't work that way. They tell us what to make, and if we don't listen, we die. And so to your point, I think the problem is that from an ingredients perspective, they're just not readily available. So if your procurement team is told to look at the bottom line and source, which anyone in manufacturing, and I know it intimately, that's how it works, they're not understanding the consumer demand. They're looking at a profit and loss and saying, well, I need to procure these ingredients at that. And the manufacturing industry for ingredients responds. And so they create systems whereby you're making purees, pulps, juices, concentrates that are hugely processed and big batches. So in the whole system, it's like you have to unpack it. It's really hard. It's a really hard question to answer. But the opportunities, I think, lie in thinking locally, because consumers have adopted that local, even here in the UAE. I don't know very many consumers that seek out a cucumber that's imported. We all really believe that a cucumber is better if it's grown in the UAE. I think it's really accepted, and it's been a great story for local produce here. But I think if in, say, markets, the UAE being the center here, it's a big opportunity for manufacturers, because we have access to local in a really close proximity and quite cheap inputs. That 45% waste, like if it's 45% mangoes, it's pretty crazy how quick we could source mangoes around here. And I think the opportunity lies in investing, because the ingredients companies aren't gonna make pure mango for you that you can then sell to your consumer so that you find it in Carrefour. I think that's the whole food system shift, and it's coming, and there's people investing in the space for sure. But I think that will really fuel change. It needs to be cheaper for it to pass, really. I mean, and readily available.
Okay, panelists, thank you very much for this. That's all the time we have for, and let's give them a big hand again. Thank you.
So his topic is solar leasing for food and beverage manufacturing plants. Rory is the Chief Commercial Officer for Yellow Door Energy. Rory leads the operations and expansion of the company's business development efforts in all markets. Under his guidance, the business development teams bring solar energy and energy efficiency solutions to commercial and industrial customers in Middle East, Africa, and Asia. With over 25 years of sales experience in the Middle East, Asia, and Europe, Rory brings forth an in-depth customer understanding and a results-orientated approach. Prior to Yellow Door Energy, Rory was Group Managing Director for ARJ Water Technology Group, a company which specialized in water technology and serviced construction markets throughout the Middle East. He has served as European Sales and Marketing Director for Yale, a part of NACO Group of companies in London. He was a commercial director at DMX, a Liberty Media company, and prior to that, he was with Xerox in Europe, China, and New Zealand. Rory holds a postgraduate degree in business and a Master of Business Administration from Holt University in the USA. Welcome, Rory.
Thank you very much for the introduction. It was longer than I expected. It certainly makes you feel old, doesn't it, when you realize you can be talked about for that length of time. So good afternoon, everyone. As was just mentioned, I'm the graveyard shift between you and lunch. So I'll say a few words and try and keep you interested to talk about sustainability and how solar energy can be part of that initiative. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about solar leasing and why I believe it is great for the food and beverage industry. Some of the things we've heard about this morning have been fascinating, and I guess that'll take place over the next day or two. But really some of the themes that keep coming back are, regulatory compliance, security, online shopping, threats to the business, inventory management, forecasting demand. And as we move into changing in diets and preferences from the interesting panel discussion before, we see the rise of veganism, moving away from meat, the other opportunities that are available. Where I'm really interested in trying to make a difference, and my team is really interested in making a difference, is in really looking at your budgeting and looking at your overhead costs. And my background in the Middle East, I've got 12 years in energy and water management, and I understand very clearly some of the costs involved in managing an operation. And I think we also have, as mentioned before, an environmental and a social responsibility to be more effective in the way that we can control things. So what we can do at Yellow Door is we can help with the rising overhead piece, and we can try and make you a little bit independent as well at the same time. So what's interesting about Yellow Door? So we are the largest distributed solar company in the region, that is the Greater Middle East region. We have operations in Jordan, we have operations in the UAE, we're in Pakistan. I just got back from Egypt, we're opening an operation there. And we have 100 megawatts currently under construction at the moment, and we have another 300 megawatts worth of projects in development. So what is solar? I'm going to keep it very simple and break it down. The sun, Al-Shams, provides us light and provides us heat, and we invest in solar photovoltaic panels where we actually put them onto your asset, onto your property. Then we have inverters that convert the solar energy into reusable electricity, which powers your building and the various equipment involved. If you look at how the planet looks, and if you look at the opportunities for solar, if you look at our region, it has amongst the highest radiation levels in the world, the highest in the Levant region, which has up to 2,200 hours per year. But in the UAE, we have about 1,400 to 1,500 hours per year. Now that's quite interesting if you look at the solar development on a more global level. You'll see that the largest users of solar are currently China and America. And China's obviously gone very, very big on solar, investing billions and billions in solar because it has, it has so many pollution issues in terms of air quality pollution, and there's so many standards that are coming into China that the investment going in there is massive. But if you're looking at the actual value and the amount of energy you can generate, nothing is more efficient than the Middle East and North Africa. So what does that mean? It means when you invest in solar, the amount of energy you can generate compared to what it can cost you in the grid has significant benefits. So we put together a system where we come in, we do an energy audit, we look at what you're spending, we look at what it costs, we design a build-to-own transfer system, we give you a performance guarantee, which quite simply is if we don't generate the electricity we say we're going to, if we don't make the savings that we promise we're going to make, we will pay you the difference. You do this without any capital expense, and you can do this in savings from the first month the system is deployed. This will give you potentially between a 10 to 40%, depending on the size, depending on the scale of your operation, on your utility bills. Again, no upfront investment, and it will help you control and manage your long-term electricity costs. It's very difficult to look at a 5-year business plan or a 7-year business plan when you're facing impacts on your margins. This is one way you can control your margins and fix your costs. At the end of the leasing arrangement, you will actually own the solar plant. This also has added benefits for enhancing sustainability and CSR. So it works very, very simply. We provide a free assessment. We'll design a system for you. We'll have a little bit of a back and forth in terms of negotiation on a lease agreement. We build a solar plant, and then you as the customer enjoy clean energy and electricity savings without any cost. If I was to pick an example, we've worked with many customers in the region, but hopefully if I click on this, it'll play. We've recently, just yesterday, cut the ribbon on Nestle, Al Maha, in the UAE, which is a project we're very excited about. I have a second video, but I'm going to let that one. But it's only 20 seconds. So it gives you an example of what can be done with solar. The other thing we look at as well is we also look at other energy saving aspects as well. We can look at heat, we can look at steam, we can look at water, we can look at lighting, we can look at a number of things that can also enhance what we're doing here as well. So the question is solar leasing for you? If you have more than 2,000 square meters available, then I would say yes. If you're producing more than 400,000 kilowatts an hour, I'd say definitely yes. In the words of Sheikh Mohammed, of course, His Highness, he who does not think of energy does not think about the future. I think it's a critical part for all of us in this room, and I think it's a great opportunity to do things a little bit differently. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
It's so exciting to see solar plants that are in the UAE. And obviously the UAE has heard the calls of climate change from the youth. And the UAE makes people like Greta Thunberg, we're able to show what we're doing here in the UAE. So I think from a food manufacturer's point of view, you have your work cut out for you. You need sugar-free, lactose-free, protein-free, meatless, fiber. You need that. You don't need the sugar. And you don't need the salt. So you need a lot of research and development into that. I'm just going to go for farm to table and go for lettuce. I think that should be good. And, you know, it'll cut out also the manufacturing. I don't know how that's going to help you. But we're going to go for lunch. Just a few orders of the day. We're going to come back at 13:45 for lunch. Lunch is served on the second floor, upstairs. Feel free to inspect the hospitality of the address. I know the chefs are very stressed that they have all the market leaders in the future food industry here. So catering to that clientele is a stress level of another dynamic. For tomorrow, and just to ensure you all come back tomorrow, we have the inspiring story from milk production, redefining food business, the small retailers and their importance in the UAE, a panel discussion on the regulatory challenges and managing regional expectations. I think that's very important because I think from the Food and Beverage Manufacturers Association, the regulations are insurmountable. Enhancing people and human resources for manufacturers is also a key discussion, as well as food vulnerability. So the next keynote address is one of my panelists, Tamer Tamarek, who is going to discuss how modern food manufacturers rely on disruptive food business innovations. I'd like to welcome Tamer. Tamer is the CEO of Halwani Brothers.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, so welcome back for lunch. Promise to keep this as short and engaging as possible. First of all, it's my pleasure to be with you today. But to be very honest, when I first got this invitation, I wasn't pleased at all. I accepted to come and present, and as soon as I took a look at the topic they want me to talk about, one thing hit me. Disruptive food business innovations? Me? Want to talk about that? Really? What am I going to say? And then it's just been 6 months on the job, and I don't know what innovations we have. I called everyone. Do we have an app? Do we have an e-commerce department? Do we still have humans in our factory? What am I going to say? I don't have something impressive. Well, I guess this is something as consumers we all feel, right? Anxiety. We live in a very fast-paced world today. You guys are all coming from different industries within food, discussing innovations, and you can see how rapid this is evolving. And as a consumer, I can tell you it makes us very stressed, trying to keep up with all of that, right? And as a business, we feel quite the same. We have this FOMO, by the way, for those of you who don't know what FOMO is, it's fear of missing out. So we have that fear. We come to these conferences, we hear all about these great innovations, all these new technologies. We go back to our offices and we say, okay, let's do this. We need this right now. Let's go. How much money? How much people do we need to put behind this? And we go with the right intentions and put all our efforts to do it. But then we're hit by reality. A lot of these innovations fail. And as you can guess by now, I'm not really going to talk a lot about disruptive innovations, but I wanted to share with you my feeling about dealing with this fast-paced reality, about how I believe is the best way to go about innovations. And number one, don't let your driver be fear of missing out, because that will ultimately lead to a failed innovation, failed investments, putting your good people behind the wrong things. I mean, sure, we all feel and face the same challenges every day. They're universal. I first wrote the challenges I'm facing or that you're facing, but then I said, these are universal challenges. Since starting to work over 20 years ago, it's been the same challenges. We have changing consumer needs. Yes, consumers are more dynamic, but they've been changing ever since ever. We want to stay ahead of our competition, of course. We want the biggest share. And we are always looking for new revenue streams. So did I say anything new? Not at all. So we're all facing these. On top of that, we have the new regulations that we heard about this morning about the environment, sustainability, et cetera, et cetera. So those are all challenges we face today. The real challenge is when we hear about these and we hear about technology, we jump right in. And my fear is if we do that, there is a lot of wasted resources. And when we have wasted resources, we have wasted opportunities to create real breakthrough. If we put our minds together and we focus on the right objectives, we could have more breakthrough and we could have more efficient use of resources. So from this point on, I'm just going to allow me to tell you my story with Halwani. I joined Halwani in April. And I was faced with this challenge. And my starting point, thankfully, was to let me understand what this company is. I've come to know it. Let me understand what its true purpose is. Then we can talk about what to do, what are the strategies, where to put our money, where not to put our money. And what I gather is as Halwani, we exist to ignite people's appetite for the taste of life. That's so nice, because ever since 1830, we've been delivering authentic taste. We started by making tahina the traditional way, getting the sesame, grinding it with our hand, putting it in pots, delivering it. That transformed into halawa by adding sugar, etc., etc. And the key point I want to mention in this slide before moving on is we focus as an essence on authentic taste, but it must be contemporary crafted. That's a key point. And I love that in our essence. Why? Because that guarantees we're always thinking what's relevant today. Yes, you want to deliver your authentic taste. You don't want to really play around with that. But it has to be contemporary crafted. It has to be relevant to the consumers of today, not the consumers of yesterday. So at the heart of what we do is innovation. And that's not new at all. Halwani, as I mentioned, started almost 200 years ago in a very traditional way. And through the years, they were faced by a lot of revolutions. One being the Industrial Revolution. And with their growing popularity, they had to do something. They had to find a way to deliver the authentic taste to more people. So what do? We invented machines. A lot of the machines in our factories today, state-of-the-art machines, are invented and by Halwani. We own the patents to the machines that deliver the products we sell. That I found extremely inspiring. And that is what I call breakthrough. But at the heart of it was the purpose. We were very clear. It's not about there's an industrial revolution, let's go buy machines, let's go invent machines. No, it was about an essence. We need to sell our authentic products to more people, to more countries. What are we going to do? We can't keep it as man-made. And we can't allow someone else to come and make these machines because no one would know what makes a good tahina. So it drove us as a company to do that. Of course, today we have a lot of partners, some of them are sitting with us here, that help us do that. So my intention is not to tell everybody go invent your own machines. My intention again is to focus on the essence. Focus on what is your purpose. So where are we today? Today, we are still on that path, inshallah. We think about what are the big trends that are driving consumer choices, and go back to our purpose and see how to continue being relevant. I have a few examples tackling some of my favorite trends, not all of them, just to keep it short, but some of the trends that I feel very close to. One, for example, is convenience. So to stay contemporary crafted in a convenient way, one of our core products, as I mentioned, is tahina. Tahina is an ingredient used for cooking. Today, we live in a very dynamic GCC, especially in Saudi, with all the changes that are happening. More and more people are out of home, so we need to be more convenient. We need to adapt to this change. What do? One of the things we did is convert our tahina into sauces, convenient sauces. But this is authentic. You tell me sauces, yeah, sauces have been there forever. We've had ketchup, we've had mustard. But we did not play our role. We did not contemporize what is relevant to us as Middle Easterns, right? The flavor we all are adapting to. So we did this. This is one example, but to illustrate, convenience is very important. Another very important trend that we've been talking about throughout the morning is health and wellness. Health and wellness comes to us as a very good trend. It puts us in a stronger spot, actually. It's a challenge for most of us. It's a challenge somehow for us as well, but it puts us at a strength because of one of our key ingredients, which is sesame. Sesame today is identified as a superfood. We didn't know that 200 years ago, but it just so happens it is. So that's good news for us. But then the challenge is, what are we going to do about sesame? How are we going to promote it? How are we going to integrate it into more products? So that's number one. Number two, as I told you, we are authentic. Authentic means very simple ingredients, without really, over philosophizing about it, without making it complicated. We started as a very simple business. We weren't very industrial, we weren't very sophisticated, and we stayed that way throughout the years. And that, again, puts us in a very strong position today, because that's what consumers want, right? They want clean label. They want to be able to understand what the ingredients mean. For us, that comes naturally. But we need to preserve that. We need to maintain that. If we did it naturally in the past, today it becomes important. It becomes part of our values. That's what I try to instill. A few other things we are doing to seed. Seeing into the future, we start seeding now. So, alhamdulillah, we've been very successful in getting organic certification. So now we have one of the first organic jams in the region being sold in the market today. We've integrated no sugar products. We have, believe it or not, a no sugar halawa. We have a no sugar jam. So we are taking strong steps into the future to make sure we are prepared for the coming needs. Last but not least, as a trend, and this is my personal favorite, is personification. Why is it a favorite? Because it really touches on something very important to Halawani. For those of you who don't know the brand very well or how it started, when I was at least a young boy, Halawani actually had its own deli, its own supermarket. For those of you from Jeddah would remember Happy Family. That's a supermarket that used to be in Jeddah. And when you entered Happy Family, you would actually see Halawani brothers standing there, greeting people. And when they recognize someone, they say, Abdullah, we got this amazing cheese we know you would like. because you took it the last time. Ah, Madame so-and-so, we got this fresh roast of turkey. That is very personal. But then the world changes, it became massive, lots of key accounts, lots of customers. What do? How do we keep that? Especially today, that's what consumers want. They want personal. They don't want mass products. They want personal products. We had that. How do we keep it alive? So what did we do? We went and partnered with our customers. We went to some key customers. We said, listen, we want to bring this alive. It will help you, it will help me. Here's what we're willing to do. We're going to take your employees that work in the deli. We're going to train them at our expense. We're going to certify them. We're going to educate them on our products. We're going to educate them on how to deal with consumers. And they're going to get a certificate from us. Our expense. It will help you sell more. It will help us keep that beautiful equity alive. And that is in the market today. But that got us thinking, this is today, what about the future? Comes digital technology, comes artificial intelligence. How can we make that experience at the palm of your hand? So, as we speak, this is a work in progress. Maybe I shouldn't be sharing it in this forum, but I'm very excited about it, so I might as well. We are thinking and working with partners today that will educate us on AI, on mobile application to bring that personal deli experience to the palm of your hand. It will come to you, it will know exactly what you prefer, and it will show you what's coming your way, and at the end will be delivered to your doorstep. This is the future we aspire to. Yes, we all want breakthrough innovations, but the real breakthrough comes by focusing on your purpose. We, as Halawani, wanted to deliver authentic taste, contemporary crafted. That's us, and that's what led us to some of the nicest innovations we hope that will take us into the future. My message to all of you today, as you learn and listen from everybody on the latest innovations, don't get the fear of missing out. Focus on your purpose, and inshallah, you will have some breakthrough innovations. Thank you.
So thank you, Tamer. Next up, we have a panel discussion. So may I welcome Dr. Ashraf Mahati, who is the moderator for the next panel. Dr. Ashraf is very, very humble and doesn't want his entire biography read out. So all I'm going to say is Dr. Ashraf Mahati is currently the Chief Economist for Trade and Export Market Development at Dubai Exports. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ashraf.
Thank you very much. While they're setting up the stage, I'd like to call upon my fellow panelists. And again, I think it's more important to find out their their views than their profiles. So I'll be very brief. The first panelist is Dr. Rabia Kamla, Senior Vice President, Quality Assurance R&D, Agathir. Dr. Suhail Ahmed, CEO of Arabian Farms. Diana Sabine, co-founder of One Ajax, and Shashank Rangaskar, Managing Director of Dollar Middle East. Can I please ask my fellow panelists to join me? Thank you. Thank you very much. This is a very timely session. I think we have a number of very, very interesting topics. And it also follows on very nicely from what's been said this morning in terms of innovation, in terms of what's happening. And I'm actually thrilled and excited to have such an esteemed set of panelists, highly trained, highly educated, highly experienced. Now, I'm actually personally looking very forward to this session. And I also think it's very, very important for the audience to know what is happening in terms of consumer trends. Just to set the scene, we're looking at a very changing world. We're looking at a world, and as we found out this morning, where the sin tax or the sugar tax is becoming a reality, not only in the 26 countries that have adopted it, but a global issue. The last speaker was amazing, extremely eloquent when he said healthness and wellness is certainly becoming an issue. When we choose products, when we select products as consumers, we look for healthness and wellness. The environment, countries are constantly encouraging us not to use plastics. I was in Rwanda 2 weeks ago, sorry, excuse me, and I was extremely surprised. You walk out of the airport, the first thing they do is remove all the plastic from you, right? And this is an African country with a zero plastic policy. So plastics and the circular economy is becoming a reality. Her Excellency, the Minister for Food Security, Mariam and Mheiri, talked about the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. This conversation is also taking place in the United Nations in New York this week. The sustainable goals are becoming a reality. They're becoming an urgent issue for governments. Then we look at technology, e-commerce. It's a reality. When we look at e-commerce in the UAE, it was $4.3 billion in 2014, $8.2 billion in 2017. In 2028, it's predicted to be $28 billion. That's a 7-fold increase in 14 years. But is that large enough? No. When you compare to the UK, 15.3% of all consumer purchases are online in the UK. In the UAE, it's half that percent. So there's tremendous opportunity to grow. And then we look at mobile phone penetration, which is the underlying aspect. We look at mobile phone penetration in the Middle East, it's about 65% currently. In 2025, it's due to be 69%. In the UAE, mobile phone penetration at the moment is 140%. By 2025, it's going to be 240%. So on average, I think it appears that we have 2.4 phones each. So technology is a big issue. Then we have this whole thing about blockchain and how blockchain is disrupting the food industry. Another very important idea is that we want exotic flavors. We want unique tastes. We don't want the same all. And the whole journey to find unique tastes is, and again, very, very important issue. Then we look at the changing demographics. Africa will be the world's largest continent at 1.6 billion people, 200 million middle-class people, a huge export opportunity. When we look at the aging population and a high-income aging population, again, it brings different issues. Then we have millennials. We also have the Generation Z and how they are changing. And the final area I want to talk about before I hand over to the panelists is this whole idea about technology and information. There was a time when I could talk on stage, say something, and nobody would correct me. Now I talk on stage, if I say something that's incorrect, they Google it. And by the end of the session, you get a question, and correcting you on stage, which is quite interesting. So information is everywhere. But the question is, are we using information correctly to make wise decisions? And I think these are some of the issues that are shaping consumer trends. And I have 4 extremely experienced panelists to talk about this. And I think I'll start with my rights. And the reason for that is, actually, you are looking at the beverage sector. True. And you're looking at an area how your beverage sector has changed. And perhaps you can tell us some of the areas as to how consumer trends are changing in the beverage sector. And then we'll move over to chicken, another point. But we'll start with beverages.
Hello. Let me first thank the sponsors and my friends from the industry for taking time out of their busy schedule. Really appreciate it. And Dr. Ashraf, you said all that I wanted to present.
Hopefully in a different way.
I hope so too. Okay, my presentation is not going to be just about Dola, what we do, but in a nutshell, to begin with, we tie up your back end. You are there in the front as brand marketeers, and we make sure that what your delivery promises to the end consumer is what is delivered. We are not farmers, but then we start our process from first transformation. So sustainability, I'm going to be touching very briefly on because of the time. Sustainability is the first mega trend that is, enough has been said, but I think sustainability for energy, But being in food and beverage manufacturing, we have to make sure from agriculture, through the processing, right up to packaging, and then back to recycle. Each and every country is taking their own stand, and the whole issue is being politicized. However, sustainability is something which is for the future generation, and that all the countries have to really understand. The next trend which we see is naturalness. Again, naturalness is a very banal, very loosely used term. But in today's times when consumer is so savvy, he doesn't get fooled by, what is kind of disguised on the label, but then he knows even nature identical or no preservatives is not really what he should consume. And thanks to the UAE government that they're bringing in this traffic light system. Consumer will exactly know what to pick. And therefore, you would have seen in the supermarket, earlier you would have a very few organic products which are less processed, without pesticides, especially in the fresh produce. A lot of organic products have been seen, and you will see them more because the consumer wants to go in that direction. The third trend, I would say, is health and nutrition. Thanks to my friend, Mr. Tamer. He said about health and wellness, but we're talking about health and nutrition. Sugar tax, that is for sure, because I know when it was implemented in UAE in October 2017, we were just talking about it, whether it is the incidence of obesity or diabetes, and when it is coming, but suddenly the government took a major stand and said, here it is, you better conform to it. And I think that's a very bold step. So from health perspective and in nutrition, you see earlier you would find in Carrefour one shelf with the diet corner, and now you see a full healthy aisle. We see more and more products with proteins. We see more and more products with, varieties of health claims. Again, another colleague who made a comment that one has to read the labels. Now, that may not be the case when, again, the traffic light system comes. To some extent, the problem will be sorted out. After health and nutrition comes convenience. Again, convenience is primarily got to do with packaging because, the lifestyle that is evolving is like, every individual gets up in the morning on the go. He doesn't have a proper breakfast. He doesn't have time to have lunch. So it's kind of snacking throughout the day. And maybe towards the end, he has a portion of indulgence, probably a chocolate or an ice cream. Convenience. Followed by that, this is not in particular order. So you could kind of get into the sub-trends later. Digitization and technology. I don't have to say, 2 decades ago, we thought Apple and BlackBerry were mere fruits. And now this thing controls your life. It tells you what calories are you consuming, how many steps you're walking. And as he said, you could even order everything online. So that's one trend. Now, the best trend which I like is the individualization and personalization. We've spoken about the millennials and baby boomers and Gen X and now Gen Z. Today, the 40s is the new 60s or 60s is the new 40s. You can very easily see that life expectancy, thanks to the food habits and the medical science, people are living well beyond 80. So one would advise to focus on the so-called between 60 to 80 people. We don't call them senior citizens, we call them best agers. Because these are the guys who have the money, they have the pension, they have a good health, they want to spend, so people should focus on the best agers. And last but not the least, we're talking of multi-sensory. Multi-sensory is in all 5 senses. If your product doesn't have, then there's a big chance that the product will not sail through. I think lastly, just a word about Dola. We claim that we bring ideas to life. We are an ownership company with more than 7,000 people, out of which 700 people are constantly working on innovation. And innovation, which we believe in the Middle East, comes from the West, from US, from Europe, and then it comes. This is not to say that it doesn't come from Asia. Of course, Rani is a classic example which came from Japan, and now lately you see coconut water getting flooded onto the shelves. So when these trends come here, it's probably not that difficult to innovate. You just have to customize it to the Middle Eastern consumer. And that's where we feature in. So I guess I'm the only one who's into the B2B segment, into food and beverage. So if you have any questions, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was very, very comprehensive. But I think I had some very controversial issues. We have a lot of companies who are very innovative here. But I'll take on follow-on questions in a minute. But you talked about an area which is sensory, which is dynamic, and then we move across to chickens, right? And Arabian farms and eggs, very standard products, right? A chicken is a chicken is a chicken, and an egg is an egg is an egg.
Very
right?
true.
How does that change with consumer trends? How do we take standard products and make them fit Gen X, Gen Y? Those people are not so obese.
Yeah, I'll talk like a chicken farmer now. Well, let me take you back to the menu on the second floor, I think. There was a lot of meat over there. So it's going to stay for some time. So forget about replacing meat for the time being, at least. The only replacement which is going to have is internal. We will be replacing the beef, the red meats, with the healthier versions of white meat, that is chicken and fish, probably. So that is an upward trend, which is going to happen in the next many years to see. The second thing is, if you see the per capita consumption in developed countries like US or UK and New Zealand and all that, it's between 100 and 140 kgs per person. Compare that with Africa and India, which is 13 kgs per person. So that's a huge gap. So there are a lot of people, they're going to say, we haven't tasted chicken yet, and you're moving into vegetarian kind of, the artificial meats and all that. So that is going to happen. Even same case with the eggs as well. Mexico consumes about 386 eggs per person per year. Compare that with the lowest is probably 18 eggs in some of the African countries. We in UAE do about 146 eggs, which is way behind the Mexicans. So there's a lot of scope over there. So right now we are, as poultry farmers, we are more focused on, meeting the demand itself. The demand is so huge. Secondly, luckily, fortunately, we are in business where we can proudly say that it is a purely natural product. There is no way that probably egg is the only item in the world which is unadulterated. You cannot adulterate it. It's a natural product. I cannot alter the contents, nutrients, or anything, or even the size of the egg. It's between 45 and 70, no matter what. I cannot produce an ostrich egg from a chicken. So it's finally coming down to, meeting the demand. So that's how I look at it. And technology-wise, yes, there is no way we can make the chickens, lay more eggs or produce more. But only thing is certain aspects of the process and the production can be monitored with technology and make it more streamlined and efficient so as to produce more, and we can feed at least 5 billion people or more. So that is the main objective for us at the moment. But technology doesn't go into production, but I would say that we can streamline and make it efficient. Like, you can change the lights into solar lights and save some power. Usage of water can be efficient, transportation can be efficient, and chicken can be monitored much better. Earlier, one person used to take care of 70,000 chickens in a house, but now you have robots. They are collecting the samples of air and water every day, every 5 minutes, 10 minutes, the way you want to set it, and on your phones you can get the data, that what is the temperature inside, what is the humidity, what is the carbon dioxide levels inside the house. This kind of information, yes, technology has already caught up.
And of course, you have integrated chicken farms where the chicken waste is used as an input into power production. And also chicken waste is used as an input when you grow mushrooms. So it becomes a circular kind of operation. And the kind of projects where I've worked in agriculture, you tend to have a chicken farm adjacent to a power plant, adjacent to a mushroom production facility, because they're all connected. And I think these are some of the interesting aspects when we talk about consumers in terms of how you create production which is more sustainable.
Very true, very true. But that might not be scalable. To some extent, it is okay when you are in a mid-range or in a smaller farm. But if you scale it up, for example, in India, I come from India, where there are farms where you keep the chickens on the top and there is a pond of water and you let the fish inside. So the droppings fall into the pond and the fish feed on those droppings and they also grow. But that may not be scalable when you talk to companies like Tyson, which have about 10 billion chickens or something like that. So that's massive. So you can't talk about scalability in these things. Yes, you're right, to some extent, we can do that, especially in places like UAE.
But that's also a matter of time. And then we move over to Dr. Rabia. In your industry, which is more diversified, so
Yes.
you've had a very pure beverage industry. How does it work in your industry?
Okay, first, Assalamu alaikum. I would like to map also the consumer trends based on our research that we have done. Now consumers are asking for more added value products. For them, clear products, it's a given now. They want something a plus. So whenever you are asking a consumer what do you need in this product, so they believe that the cleanness, the traceability, or the transparency, it should be a given now. And they are asking for the plus in their products. If you want also to map the evolution of the health concept since the 80s until now, in the 80s, it's cutting calories. It has started by cutting calories. Then it has moved to the 90s by adding fiber to the products. In 2000, protein has appeared. In 2010, probiotics. And now today and tomorrow, how we are seeing it, it is a holistic health and wellness. So people are looking for more holistic concepts. Plus, as my colleague here has mentioned, the individualization, or personalization. They're looking for something very special for them. So at Aghdiya, this is how we are doing it. We are playing in around 7 categories, from animal feed to water and beverages to flour to dairy products to juices. And we are trying to meet the need of consumer and also to meet the requirement of the regulatory authorities' strategies as well. We have to admit that there's issues here in GCC, or if I don't want to call them issues, health problems, that also it is our responsibility, being a food and beverage company, to tackle these issues. One of them, for example, is the vitamin D deficiency. It is the obesity. It is and anemia, for example, in the region. We have high percentage anemia in Saudi Arabia, in UAE, in Egypt. So I believe it is also our responsibility to see how we can meet the requirement and the needs also of the consumers. So that's why Tariq has presented in the morning the bunch of innovation that we have launched since 3-4 years in different categories, from water to animal feed to flour to feed as well.
I mean, what was interesting, and we'll touch upon that in a minute, is how you actually shaped consumer trends with the way that you carried out your innovation. But you mentioned something very important, which is this whole idea about technology and traceability, track and traceability.
Yeah.
And with blockchain technology, we have the ability now to look at a Q code or a barcode and know for that batch where's the product coming. Now, your company looks after B2B and technology. How do you see consumer trends shaping the food industry, especially in terms of technology?
Well, firstly, assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for having me here. It's a great opportunity to be here in Dubai. Being a B2B e-commerce marketplace, why key consumer trends are really important to us is because we see a shift in how products are being procured. If you look at the current generation millennials and Generation Z, they would want to know where their food comes from. We are what we eat. And then from there, traceability is one key consumer trend which all companies, all manufacturing companies need to look at. And we talk about accessible data. Well, you say that, natural. Yes, eggs are natural and, natural products. But is that data in the hands of consumers? Consumers now do not trust blindly. They do not trust brands blindly. They want to know, what are the ingredients in my food? They want to know, offhand, like when they scan via QR code, via, whatever technology, IoT technology that they can have access of. They want to know where the food comes from. So food traceability is very important. Blockchain technology, accompanied by IoT technology, ensures that and allows that to happen. The misconception when people have with blockchain technology, they always think that it's only blockchain that ensures traceability. It's not. It's the, you have to have IoT together with blockchain where the data is being stored to ensure that there is no tampering of data. In the case of our sector, in the halal sector, we have the halal certificates. So in B2B procurement, when a procurement officer wants to buy halal chicken, for example, they would want to actually know whether the halal certificates are being tampered with. And this is not a small issue. Recently in China, there's an ISO scandal with their certificates being tampered at export. So, it's no longer hype. Traceability is very important. Manufacturing companies need to adopt full traceability and give that data, the access of data to the hands of key consumers. To consumers. That's one of the key consumer trends.
Actually, Diana, I think you've raised issues which are cross-cutting, which is, can a consumer actually have too much information? We know about the scandals, and the famous one being the Tesco one, where they actually sold horse meat. But then at the same time, can you actually have so much information where you give these traffic lights, but at the end of the day, the consumer, and even when I look at the UK consumer trends, I find that they have this voluntary traffic light system. But the bulk of consumers go to Aldi, which is much cheaper, and doesn't have any of these color coding systems. In other words, money is important here. And in your case, I think, one of the questions I want to throw up is that you can have too much information, and really the consumer becomes confused, and then they go down to basics. What is convenient? What is cheap? What can I buy? Right?
Right.
And I think I'll ask that question to all the panel, but I'll start off with Diana first.
Yes, so too much information. Yes, okay, so consumers want to know where the food comes from, but at the same time, they do not necessarily need to know up to the scientific levels. We have to look at layman terms as well. Consumers want to know, sugar, not the chemistry definition of what sugar is. So, manufacturers has to also be transparent, but at the same time, keep in mind that we're talking about laymen here, the mass consumers that do not need to know the actual science of it. Actually, they did a study in China with milk, and they did a blockchain traceability program. What happened was they actually gave an entire report to the mothers, and the mothers say, I do not want to know all this. Right to the scientific level of things, they just want to know that what are the key ingredients of the milk products to feel that it's safe for their babies, their infants, to actually drink milk.
And that actually comes back to you. You talked about the traffic light system, and I think, by and large, it's just too much information. All the consumer wants to know is, has this passed some sort of regulatory process, and how cheap is it? Do you believe in that, or do you think that's nonsense?
No, I think... the consumer is discerning. We cannot take consumer for granted. He does his own research, not every day. So he defines what he wants to buy. Like what Tamer was showing, he personalizes his choice. And then it's very easy for him to buy because he has a shopping list and that's it. So he sees this traffic light, let's say, for instance, for fat or for sugar or salt, and then that's it. Then he trusts that brand and he gets blindly loyal. So he doesn't do this every time he goes to the supermarket and, that's my feeling.
Okay. For somebody for whom a shopping trip lasts 7.5 minutes, right? I don't...
It's going to be ordered online, more often than not.
But now I'll go back to you. Chickens and eggs. Sorry. Oh, that's okay. I'll go back to you in terms of chickens and eggs.
The
right?
traffic lights probably, the way I look at it is probably the function of checking the due diligence will be outsourced from the consumer, the final consumer to the retailer. For example, Spinneys. If I'm listed on Spinneys, then probably Spinneys will verify all my credentials. And then they will tell the customer that, this supplier is quite qualified to, or passes this test.
So that's actually
so that gives a little bit of confidence.
That's a very different outlook in terms of consumer trends. And so saying, well, actually, the shop that you, or the platform that you're working with is really what you're trusting, not the packaging itself. So you're outsourcing all the regulatory checks, all the information details to somebody else. How do you feel about that? Because your company has spent a lot of money, moved, in the case of flour, moved from 2 SKUs to 20 SKUs. How do you think consumers view your products? Do they actually look at the traceability aspect? Do they actually look at the color coding? Do they look at nutritional value? Or is this something that marketing people on very high salaries love to sell to manufacturers?
In flour, yes, we moved from 2 SKUs to 20 SKUs. And we used to have only 2 SKUs because we have, the flour has been subsidized by the government. So whenever the subsidy has gone, immediately the consumer, they need something with low cost, and they can meet their requirement as well. So that's why we have moved to design or to develop specific products for their needs. And that's why we have moved from 2 to 20. Regarding the traffic light, it didn't start here yet, okay, in UAE. You're right, sometimes maybe the consumers are bombarded by lots of information, but also at the same time, we shouldn't underestimate the consumers as well. Because whenever, and I'm feeling personally, whenever I'm just dropping a new idea or a new concept in front of mainly the youth, immediately they're Googling it and they're doing lots of research on it and they know about it. And they're challenging you, is it right, is it no? And this is how I can see it.
What do you think from a technology point of view, Diana? Do you think it's just a lot of marketing hype, or is this real business here?
In my opinion, this is real business, and it actually allows food manufacturers to actually brand position yourself. When you brand position yourself as the companies that have, full traceability, and consumers feel that you care for them, that you are able to give them that excess of data so that they can discern for themselves whether, they trust you. So in that part, I believe that, it's not a hype and it's pretty much needed. And if you talk about that commercial aspect, you also need to talk about food recalls. What if, inshallah, hopefully no manufacturer suffers that. But what if there is a case of food poisoning? As a food manufacturer, that affects your bottom line a lot. If, let's say, you have to discard your entire your entire line, whereas food traceability allows you to pinpoint that particular line that is affected and discard. So it's actually cost saving.
In the case of Byron Burgers, for those of you who have been following the case in England, it would have saved a life and it would have saved a huge amount of fines for Byron Burgers.
Exactly. So you're talking about lives here because, we are dealing with food and beverages.
Right.
And you do not want, I do not mean to be so harsh, but blood on your hands. We have to, see with the recent outbreaks happening in the world, in the food sector. So food traceability, I cannot emphasize enough that blockchain technology and IoT technology is critical for your businesses. If you think long-term, in long-term, your profits, and at the same time caring for your customers, those are the measures that needs to be taken.
In the case of Byron Burgers, it was reputational risk. Their business went down.
Exactly.
But I think that also raised another consumer issue. You talked about personal products. Even the last speaker talked about personalized products. But that also requires lots of ingredients and requires a lot of outsourcing. And when we look at the issue about Byron Burgers, it was one of the suppliers that put in nuts, which was not traced. So this is causing an issue. So when you have too much personalization, you have too many suppliers in the value chain, how do you then, on the one hand, deal with the consumer trends, and on the other hand, deal with the processes? We'll start with Agatha and we'll come on.
Yes. At Aghdiyah, for example, we have a robust quality assurance program from the farms to our facilities and even to the consumers as well. We are doing this through a proper vendor assurance program where we are doing a risk assessment for all our vendors, okay? And really it is a thorough risk assessment that we have done, combining many multiple factors together, like, for example, the product safety, like the supplier's reputation, history, references. And we have done this through a certain computerized way, so where there's no subjective assessment for the suppliers. Plus, we are relying, and we are part of it, on a global food safety initiative, which is the GFSI, and we are part of it. And we have been, by the way, Agri, we have been the first in the region to raise the bar in terms of food safety, and we have been the first to be certified in FSSC 22000. So it is a holistic risk assessment that has to be done in the first part, plus working closely with good suppliers like our friend here, and that has been, for example, certified, they have credibility, and also they have the science as well while developing the needs of the consumers and the customers.
You're at the back end.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a B2C, it's a
Yeah,
front-end
so
question.
at the back end, how do you ensure that when you're supplying to the front end, you meet all the consumer needs that they have? At the same time, you also have the ability to ensure that you have consistency and you don't lead to any sort of reputational risk for your front-end clients.
Okay, I will not go into details, but the company was established in 1829. So that should say it all. Yeah. So the back end has been secured for almost 200 years.
This process is very
Totally.
long.
No, all kinds of certificates, all kinds of precaution. And it's a German company, so you know the kind of, I mean, I'm not taking a Volkswagen example. But then you're talking of, you know, in terms of food and beverages, we take extra precaution. We take that, go extra mile to make sure that our customer is actually delivering his promise to the end consumer. So we have that in sight. Your question was about the personalization. You know, it's not very difficult because Middle Eastern market, typically speaking, is traditional yet innovative. So the consumers like their orange and mango and mixed fruit and, you know, very standard, yeah. So what we do is for senior, I shouldn't say senior, say best agers, we would kind of just make less acid and that becomes easily palatable. So it's not very difficult. You keep the same product profile.
Incremental innovation.
Exactly. Just tweak it so that, you know, it's positioned to, and then the marketing of that rests with the brand owners.
I've been told that I have to finish, but I have such an experienced audience, and I also realize a lot of SMEs out there. So what I want to say is, what's the one consumer trend that you think our SMEs should be looking out for and focusing their business on? Just one consumer trend, 10 seconds, and then we'll come around.
Well, as a lot of people have spoken, you should concentrate on checking the labels. That's more important. And check the dates, check the freshness of the product, and also check the supplier who is doing it, and evaluate yourself.
Diana? One key consumer trend they should look out for and they should focus on as a business.
For me, it would be a food traceability and, can I put two? And internationalization. Both would be.
Well, internationalization you should certainly put, because I work for Dubai Exports.
Yes, exactly.
So we promote exports.
So these consumer trends are very important because, you know, millennials nowadays are well-traveled. And they want to have an, you know, exchange of cultural diffusion of food from all over the world.
Excellent. Yes. Actually, I was going to say exporting, but, you know, Diana said that already. So
I think it's only digitization, and only, you know, limitation is only your imagination. I mean, it can go to it.
Digitization? Dr. Rabi, one word.
One word?
Which word?
Health and wellness.
Health and wellness. That's 3 words. Right, wonderful.
Health, okay.
Thank you. Thank you to my wonderful, wonderful, and very, very interesting panelists. I'm sure this session could have carried on. But thank you very much, and thank you to the audience. Sorry?
If you have any questions, we can take them
yes.
offline.
Yes. I think all the panelists will be here doing break, and also at the end of the session, and also tomorrow. Yeah? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So when the moderator, we have our own traffic light system going on. So when the moderator sees me stand up with the red, they know that they're over time. I'm glad I wasn't part of that panel. Overachievers, I don't know. We know who was sitting in the front of their classroom at school, university, and all the way through to their careers. This is our last briefing for the day, and it is a workshop presented by Dominique Floch, Regional Sales and Technical Director for Tate & Lyle DMCC. Dominique is an experienced regional sales director with a demonstrated history of working in the food and beverage industry in emerging markets. He has a successful track record of building and managing high-performance teams. His motto is, "It's all about people." Please join me in welcoming Dominique.
Thank you. So, as it has been mentioned, it's the last session of the day. So we'll try to give a sweet taste to it, but without adding sugar. And that's what we want to explain you. So the topic is explaining you how we can help to innovate by bringing health and wellness solutions. And we'll be covering a little bit of our history, just to help you understand who we are and what we can do. And then we'll go into more details about what is available in terms of replacing sugar and also making product healthier. A little bit about our history. We are quite an old company. Our roots are getting back to 160 years, so that's the birthday we are celebrating this year. Some of you may know us as a sugar brand, because that's the way we started our business. Tate & Lyle was the first company doing sugar cube into Europe. And we have always been driven by innovation, and we have always adapted. And this adaptation has meant that at one point we sold our sugar business because we realized that it was not meeting the trend for the food industry. So we moved completely out of sugar to today focus on food ingredients. And a big part of our activity is, in fact, now replacing sugar so as to make food healthier. This map is just to explain you a little bit where we operate. Of course, it's reflecting our history, where we started from, so we are present all over the globe. But the key thing this does allow us is to understand what's going on around the planet and to understand what are the various trends happening in different countries, and then bring it to our local markets. Speaking about local market, we are based in Dubai, so from Dubai we covered all the Middle East and African region. We have a team of 15 persons now. And that team is able to also assist technically our clients, and that's also something which is important to us. We want to understand the needs, bring the right solution, and then support our clients when it comes in terms of trials and making sure that we are bringing the right ingredient for their application. Now we'll go more in details of sugar reduction. So I will let Mazen, our marketing manager, explaining all what we understand about the health challenge, the consumer expectations, and he will also present you what are the solutions we have to meet those expectations.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? All right. So we'll talk a bit about the consumers. You would agree with me that there is a pressuring environment. Everybody talked about that. 1.9 billion people are overweight in the world. 650 million are obese. And sugar consumption represents a big part of the cause behind all those numbers. Here you can see the consumption in terms of grams, daily sugar consumption. The WHO recommends 50 grams. You can see in the US it reaches 126. In Saudi Arabia, it's around 80. And this is the rate across the Gulf. So really this is something of high importance. And this is impacting also the health of the people. Here are the diabetes rates. You can see the top 9 countries in this list with high diabetes prevalence are from the Arab region. The WHO said that obesity has tripled in the Middle East since 1975. If you look at the rates, almost 25% in Saudi Arabia, in Kuwait, in Qatar. So this is really something that's happening now. But the consumers are getting more and more aware. When we ask the consumer in a study, what do you do to have a healthy diet? 58% in Middle East and Africa, they said we are cutting sugar. So this is picking up. Also, when we check with them about their health diets, they are becoming very picky. Dominique has tackled this point in the panel. They want more fibers in their food. They want more protein. They want more sugar. Sorry, they want less sugar. They want the same, more sweetness, but less sugar. But then this is where the tricky part is. How can you balance health versus taste? You know, this is also very important. In one of the studies, we have asked the consumers about what drives their consumption. 61% said if a product is healthy, this would increase my purchase decision. But still, 81% are talking about taste. So taste remains king. And if we find this balance between a tasty product and at the same time healthy one, I think we can unlock a big opportunity. I'll give one example about it, Halo Top. I don't know, many of you have heard about it. Let's talk about it in a minute after we see the video. All right, so Halo Top it's an innovation launched in the US several years back by two lawyers. They said, you know what, we're going to attempt to have an ice cream that is low in calories but tastes well. And they launched it. So you can see, if we compare the nutrition of Halo Top versus brand X, big brand in the US, in terms of calories, Halo Top has 70 calories per serving, half cup serving, versus 250. In terms of fat, 2 grams versus 17. In terms of sugar, 6 grams versus 20. They use sugar alcohol, erythritol, and stevia to give the sweetness and take out the sugar. And a very interesting point as well, we are all here from big multinationals, companies, and lots of marketing people in the room. And always the marketing people said, you know, I want my logo to be the biggest. I want my logo to be the most impressive. Interestingly enough, you can see the amount of calories, which is usually go very small at the side of the pack, is in the center. You know, so this is really a very interesting approach as well. So let's look at their performance, and I will elaborate on that. They launched in 2012. They sold $12,000. 2015, they sold 1.4 million. And then something happened in 2015. A blogger has published an article online about how does it feel to eat nothing but Halo Top for 10 days. And he was noting every day how his body is reacting. This piece of information, or this blog, went viral, and people started trying this product. The sales went from 1.4 million to 44 million in 2016. In 2017, they sold $340 million. They became the biggest ice cream in the US. So, why I chose this example? Because it tells several things. First, we hear a lot about, you know, sugar reduction is only for cereals or for places where, you know, people want to be healthy. Those guys picked the most indulgent category and went for sugar reduction there. This is number one. Number two, you would hear that, yes, you know, we are going to launch sugar-reduced product, but this is niche. Will not generate any money. Those are just to build a bit our brand identity. That's not true. If you really hit the sweet spot, you can deliver a lot. So this is an embodiment of a sentence or a quotation that Victor Hugo said, nothing is as powerful as an idea whose time has come. And we strongly believe that this is the right time to drive healthier product and to drive more health and wellness with sugar-reduced product. Now, this is the marketing part. Let's now go to how to deliver on those things. So what do we have in the toolbox? To replace sugar, we need to understand the function. Basically, sugar has several functions, but two main ones. One is to deliver the sweetness. Another one is to deliver the mouthfeel. If you take ice cream, for example, if you don't have sugar, it's like the ice cubes in the fridge. You eat them, it cracks. So we need to find solution for both. So we'll start with the first one, on the sweetness. When we talk about sweeteners, we go to high-intensity sweeteners, because if you want to replace sugar with honey, with other alternatives, they might have some additional health benefit, but the calories are there, and that's why we go into high-intensity sweeteners that don't have calorie. The innovation started since 1950 with the artificial sweeteners, saccharin, cyclamate, aspartame. In 2000, sucralose started, and then we have recently been hearing about stevia and other sweeteners for natural sources. for the sake of today's session, we're going to focus a bit on the sweeteners from natural sources. So we're going to talk about stevia, about monk fruit, and about a very interesting rare sugar called allulose. So let's start with stevia. So what are stevia sweeteners? Stevia sweeteners all come from the plant called stevia. And let me try to explain it a bit. This plant is divided into two main parts. One, which is non-glycoside, representing 84% of the plant, and 16% is the steviol glycoside. This 16% is split into several components, as you see, stevioside, Reb-A, and different Reb. In order to call a product stevia, 95% of that sweetener should come from this 16%, and only 5% should come from the non-glycoside part. So that's why, while we always hear about stevia, but there is no one stevia. It all depends on what part you will use from the 16%. Are you going to have all stevioside, which doesn't really deliver this clean taste, or it will be 100% Reb-A, which is it has a very clean taste, or it is a mix. So it all goes back to the purity and the expertise. Purity, of course, of the plant, if you go to the premium part, but also expertise to understand how to blend. Those are all stevia products. They have 95% steviol glycoside. But then the first one is Reb-A 50. It has only 50% of the clean part. It goes all the way to Reb-A 100. The stevia has been on a long journey. I'm sure many of you had bad experience with stevia at one point. You tasted it, there is an aftertaste, there is a metallic taste, it does not taste good. Because this is a long journey of learning and development. We started in 2012, we had few products. Then in 2017, we increased the portfolio by having a partnership with Sweet Green Fields, which opened to a huge portfolio that we can really address several application needs. In 2018, we started to understand we had a good experience, technology advanced, and therefore we were able to have some proprietary mixes that understand exactly the taste buds of the consumers and what gives this bitterness, and therefore developed products that take this into consideration so that we avoid it without really going into the most premium product, trying to bring affordable products, part of the optimizer. 2018 onward, we are looking for even pushing the boundaries further, going to rare components like the Reb-M from the leaf. So it's an ongoing journey. At one point, it did not deliver well, but now actually we still have also some samples on the way out, products done with stevia and with other sweeteners. You can understand a bit how this technology evolved. And that's why it's very important to understand, this is where we talk about the expertise. What kind of sugar equivalent you want to reduce, accordingly, you will find the right stevia product to do that. If you want to reduce 1 or 2 sugar equivalent, 1 or 2 grams of sugar, if you go for a very high intensity stevia product, it will give a lot of intensity, sweet intensity, it will not work. So it's very important to understand what's the brief, what's the application, what's the target, and accordingly give the solution. And this gives a lot, also put things into discussion, into context. We were having a discussion on the cost. Because yes, I mean, solutions are really good, but would it make value? Would it add value? Are we able to afford it, part of our P&L? So here shows that the more sugar equivalent you want to replace, the more expensive the solution comes. And this is where I talked about the optimizer range, where we understood how the taste bud of the consumer work and developed products that deliver the same sweetness as a pure Reb-A product, but at half the cost, trying to make, as we call, democratize the access to sweeteners and to health solutions. So that's for stevia. Let's talk about monk fruit. Monk fruit, as a disclaimer, is not yet approved in the region. It's in the process of getting approved, and it's pending approval in Europe. However, it is approved in the US and in Asia. But as we are talking about the future of foods, this is important because it will come, it is in the pipeline. So what's monk fruit? Monk fruit is taken from this melon-shaped fruit that is very famous in China. It's actually considered as a national treasure. It has 250 times the sweetness of sugar. It has a very clean taste profile, no calories. It has good stability in low pH, in neutral products. And also the labeling, if it gets approved as it is in Asia and in the US, is very user-friendly. We talk about monk fruit extract. The word monk and fruit makes it much more friendly. So this is one thing. But then I will conclude the sweetness part on allulose. And allulose, this is really a revolutionary product that can really change everything we know about sweetness in this industry. So what's allulose? Allulose is an ingredient available in nature. You can find it in figs and you can find it in raisins, but in very small quantities. Tate and Lyle, along also other few manufacturers in the world, were able to manufacture it on a commercial level so that it is massively available for, to be used in F&B production. Again, this is approved in the US by the US FDA. It's pending approval in Europe and in the Gulf. But what's interesting about it? Let's take a step back. There are great things about sugar, and there are things that we don't like. Sugar gives sweetness, gives texture, gives browning, gives mouthfeel, but it has calories, and we don't like this. In summary, allulose gives sweetness, gives texture, gives browning, gives mouthfeel, without the calories. So it's the too good, but true product. In terms of the sweetness profile, it is very similar to the regular sugar. So it doesn't have a different taste profile. It's the same taste profile or very similar taste profile on the sweetness. However, the intensity is 70%. So the same profile, but 70% the sweetness of the sucrose. And when it comes to the calories, it is 95% less than the regular sugar. It's 0.2 calories per gram. So really, this is a revolution in the way. And in the US, it doesn't come under added sugar as well. It's not considered as sugar. This ingredient is digested by the body, but it's not metabolized. And that's why the calories don't come. So it's, again, much more than sweetening. We talked about the sweetness. Sweetener synergy, we talked it's 70% as sweet as sugar. So it goes very well if you want to bring that extra sweetness with other high-intensity sweeteners. It's well tolerated in the body. In terms of the baking, it goes well. In terms of the stability, also in ice cream, it depresses the freezing rate. So really, it delivers on all those levels. So this is a bit of an overview about the sweetening solution from whatever is available and whatever might come in the future. Now let's talk about the mouthfeel.
Thank you, Mazen. So we have covered the sweetness. I hope we have helped you understand that even if it's a complex subject and a complex answer to give when you remove sugar, solutions does exist. And like anything complex, if you take the right approach to it, and if you get the right understanding of what you are working on, then you can get to the right solution. Sweetness is one point, mouthfeel is the other one, because as we have also mentioned, sugar does provide mouthfeel, and especially in a liquid product, it will provide quite a lot of mouthfeel. And you want your product to still taste the same when you have removed the sugar. One of the interesting solutions to reintroduce mouthfeel is to use fiber, especially soluble fibers, because it needs to be soluble so as to be able to go into a liquid food form. And as I've mentioned this morning, we have a nice range of soluble fibers in our portfolio. And they are very interesting because their molecular structure is very, very close to sugar. So it means that the functional properties that they will bring in terms of viscosity will be very similar to sugar. So if you would associate the right sweetener, and as we have explained before, it's important to select the right one, depending on the product, depending on how much sugar we want to replace. And if you associate the sweetener with a fiber, then you will reconstitute the two properties of sugar. On top of that, it will help to enrich the product into fibers. And as I've also explained before, there is a lack of fiber in the daily diet. So it means as well, depending on how you formulate, what kind of food products you are working on, you also may be able to remove one product that you don't want to have and to add another new benefit, which is also important for the consumer. And it does also help to bring other properties. Some can have a claim depending on how much you will dose and also on the local regulation. So fibers are known for helping a lot the digestive systems. So there is a lot of proven properties about improving laxations, having a prebiotic effect, helping as well in the satiety effect, helping as well the fermentation in the digestive system. And because it does help for a better performance of the digestive system, it also helps to have a better bone health and also to prevent the tooth decay. So there is a lot of very interesting benefits around the usage of fibers, on top of reintroducing the mouthfeel. Now, let's also touch on a very important point, which is the health and safety, because I'm sure that you have all heard or read some declarations about the fact that sweeteners may not be good for the consumers. And that's, I would say, I would start with this being very clear, that's completely wrong, because all the sweeteners which have been approved, and that's important, if they have been approved to be on the market, they are all safe. And they have all been going through all the needed tests, all the needed analysis, so that their safety can be guaranteed. We produce sucralose, so that's one ingredient that we know very well. There is more than 150 scientific studies which is supporting the safety of sucralose. So it's not only based on one thing which has been tested, but it's really based on something and a long history that we have on this ingredient. And as you also certainly know, the market approval are renewed periodically. Sucralose approval into Europe was renewed last year. To get the renewal approved, we had to submit, and we, Tet and Light, did it, 31,000 pages about what sucralose is about. So what is about the ingredient and all the needed information explaining that it's a safe ingredient to be used in a food product. So I hope this does help to understand that sometimes what we may read or what may be said is not right and not supported. It's for us a very important topic to guarantee the safety of our ingredients. And to do this, we have a nutrition team which is working on this. So they are working on two aspects. One is understanding the right nutritional profile of our product and also assisting our clients in terms of how to understand the benefit of our ingredients and how to use them in their own product. That team is covering the whole planet, so they are based in the US, in Asia, Europe, as well as in Latin America. And we also have in our plan to have soon one of them assisting us in Middle East. And they're not also working alone. They are working with a vast network of universities or organizations, which also is very important for us because all the work that we are doing, we don't want to carry it ourselves because we want it to be validated and proven by external bodies. I also want to give you a few examples of where we can successfully reduce sugar. We won't be able to taste here in this room, but when you will be exiting, we'll have some prototypes available for tasting. And we have prepared 3 types of products. One is a ketchup, where we have worked on a non-sugar added ketchup. And we started from a classic product available on the market, which will have around 20% of sugar. And the one that you can try is only the sugar reduced, but this one is having no added sugar. It still have 3% sugar, but that's coming out of the tomato part. And we have done this formulation using a combination of stevia and sucralose. And we are also using fiber to bring back the mouthfeel, as I was explaining before. So this one will be available for tasting for the ones that want to try it. And we know that tasting is believing. That's probably the best way to be convinced that solution can work. Another prototype that is available is a carbonated drink. It's a lemon lime drinks where we have reduced sugar by 30% using here our sucralose. It's a good product where you can really see that sucralose is very taste neutral. It will not impact at all the taste, and you won't feel at all its presence. And the third prototype, which is available, is a mango drink, a coconut mango drink, where we have also reduced the sugar by 30%, here using one of our stevia, so one of the 20 that we have. And for the ones that may have had a bad experience with stevia, it could be a good one to try so that you can have this time the right experience about the product. So, as to conclude, sugar and calorie reduction is something which is not easy and complex, as we have explained, but that's something that today is possible. As we have explained, we need to work on the two aspects of what sugar does when you want to either remove it or reduce it. But we have solutions to replace the sweetness part of the sugar. We have solutions as well to replace the mouthfeel part and really get back to something which is very, very close to a full sugar product. And the cost part, which is sometimes as well wrongly perceived, replacing sugar may not mean that you will adding extra cost. Again, everything will depend on what is the type of product, what do we want to achieve. But if we have a proper brief, we may be cost neutral, and even in some aspects, we can even sometimes reduce cost. So I hope that these presentations help you understand a bit more what have been the latest advanced and the latest development in the world of sweetener. As I've said, there will be products available for tasting. And if you have any question or comments, we will be happy to take a few of them.
So I have a two-part question, please. The first is you've only talked about sucralose safety, about the others that you presented. You talked about the studies and the number of papers only for sucralose. So I'm interested also if you have data on the other sweeteners. The second part, I'm astonished as, you know, whenever you want to talk to either consumer or even regulators about replacing sugar with artificial sweeteners, there is an incredible amount of resistance. I don't know if it's out of ignorance or there is actually some counter data to what you're talking about. Because as we've seen, for instance, with the sugar tax, they taxed everything, even stuff that doesn't have any sugar and is artificially sweetened. And there is a perception somehow that these are just as bad as sugar, even worse in the minds of some people.
So to answer the first part, as I've said, all the approved sweeteners are safe. So this will include the other ones. As we don't produce the others, I will not speak about what we don't know. When it comes to sucralose, we discovered sucralose. Tate and Lyle invented sucralose. And that's why we can be clear about what does exist in terms of number of studies to prove their safety. But the point was not to say that it's only sucralose we save. So maybe I was not clear enough. But as I've said, all sweeteners that were approved, and that's important, but if they have been approved, it means that they are safe. Now, your second question, I'm afraid I don't have the answer as well. I have the same understanding that there is a wrong understanding of what sweeteners are, and that's probably where we need to join forces so that we explain that there is a wrong perception and there is a misunderstanding about what those ingredients are. First, they are safe, and yes, we can read sometime in the media that someone tried this and proved this, but nothing, again, has been substantially and scientifically proven. Again, sucralose has a good reputation. Doesn't mean that the other does not have, but again, I want to speak about what we know. Sucralose has a good reputation because we also invest a lot of time, resources into this. We have a complete team which is really watching what may be said, what may be declared, and taking the appropriate reaction. Now, to change the perceptions on the sweeteners, that's as I've said, where we probably need to join forces as us, the ingredient supplier, so manufacturers that want to use it, and find the right way to explain it to the authorities. That's what we are doing at our level. We also, whenever we can, we try to explain what we know about it, what it can bring, because I think the important thing that we would like them to understand is that there are solutions in terms of reducing sugar. But yes, you need to make them applicable in the right way, and they should not be taxed when you want to influence sugar reduction. But we don't have the answer yet. But we keep working to try to hopefully get to the right answer.
Hi, thank you so much for a very nice and insightful presentation. I have two questions for you. One is that while we know sugar is a concern, both from the health advocates' point of view as well as from the regulators, and there is a lot of debate and discussion going on in terms of reducing sugar in the products and reformulation of the products. But reformulation or replacing sugar or reducing sugar is a very, very complex process, and it is not easy. However, there are certain sets of sugars, artificial sweeteners, which do have a laxative effect, and it is not recommended for kids, pregnant and lactating women. And some of the categories of products which we produce, we cannot replace because it's an all-family product. And if we replace it with those types of sugars which have laxative effect, you have to declare a warning label statement, which means that we are depriving some set of population to not to consume those products for which the sugar has been replaced purely because of these effects. That's one. Number two, I wanted to know about the allulose which you're talking about. I understand that it is not approved yet in this part of the world. So are you taking any actions with the regulators in terms of getting it approved? If yes, what do you think are the likely timelines to get it approved? Thank you.
I will answer quickly and maybe too short for you the first part, because I'm not a nutritionist. We are aware of those declarations, but we also counter them because we don't agree with them. Now, if you want to have a more detailed discussion, the best will be that you get in touch with our team because they will have much more explanations and much more scientific explanation than what I can provide today. The second question regarding allulose, we have filed the request for approval, but as you probably know, you don't know how long it will take. So we are asking for update and we try to make it as quick as we can. But it's a long process because you need to go through all the needed checks. So I can't give you also the precise answer. What I can promise is that the day we'll get a yes, then we'll let you know. Good, so I think it's time to wrap up. So thanks a lot for your questions. Again, as I've said, should you want to taste what we have been explaining, there are products available once you will be exiting here at the end of the session. And thanks again for your attention and for your questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to wrap up for today, and we're looking forward to having everybody tomorrow. I think if the Food and Beverage Manufacturers Association wants a roundup of the day, briefly, I don't think we need to go through every single point. But I think the take home of the future of the food would be that I really like PepsiCo's statement of we can make the future great. So challenges, yes, there are challenges. Some people are happy, some are not happy. If I remember correctly, when ISO came up and HACCP came up in food manufacturing, everybody was daunted by the whole process. So I think the same system would be applicable to the nutrition and food labeling. But it is daunting, and as a consumer, I still don't know what's right and wrong. So I hope everybody is going to be glued to their TVs at 5:56 and supporting our Emirati fighter pilot, Hazza Al Mansouri. I think today is history being made. Thank you.